Welcome to session 18. And so I'll go through the notes real quick. So previously, you were briefed regarding the Lumev expedition. The goal is to reach the northeast crater, unlock the secrets of the transportation system, and find the nearby city that is expected to be there. This should take about a month, 2 at the most. Upon arriving in Lumev, you were beset by a massive hailstorm, but instead of ice, you were pelted by pebbles of volcanic glass. You traveled to the World Crystal area, clearing out the cave full of Cthulhu panthers, as you call them, and used that to take shelter. You now have the Automata access code, and so can explore more of the stone pillars. You have 9 1 foot by 1 inch discs, and temporarily used 8 of them to explore the top few levels of the spire. Level 10, which is the entrance, as well as level 8 and 9. Unfortunately, it takes 4 discs per level to explore, so you moved on for now. You now have access to level 3 spells, and you use that ability to explore the rest of the Automata Cave, where you found many large form automata and occupied metal beds that were unnaturally cold with humanoids that looked very similar to Shadowkind. Unfortunately, they relatively recently died and were rotting. You then continued your journey toward the northeast until you reached an oasis in the desert. At the oasis, you found a large lake and many creatures drinking or living in the lake, such as the Cthulhu panthers, red birds, as well as various other birds and small creatures. In the lake were large elephant-sized creatures with long necks. You approached the lake from the south, an area relatively devoid of dangerous creatures. After exploring for a while, you noticed near the center of the lake, beneath the clear waters, were ruins at the bottom. One of the structures looks whole, however. As we begin, it is Riziel 25th, a hot and sunny day. So I'm going to go ahead and first move you to the world map so everybody can kind of see where you are at the moment, and then we'll go to the lake. So you can see there you're at the Oasis, and you can kind of see how much progress you made. So that should be useful for Joel. And then finally, we'll head to the Oasis, where you now find yourselves. To the north is the lake, and in the center of the lake, at the bottom of the lake, are the underground structures, or sorry, the lake bottom structures. So what do you do?
Oh, by the way, Joel, just so you know, we tried to stop you, but you were very liberal with your use of the wand of fireballs.
Apparently.
Okay, so should I mark that as being used?
Yeah,
I think you have
no
one
charges
left,
in there.
isn't it?
No, I think it was 3 charges total.
I thought I
Yeah.
only had 1 charge per week, but I could be
got-
wrong.
Oh,
Well, it got leveled up.
it grew in power. Yeah, it grew in power as we did. And yeah, believe me, we do appreciate your liberal use of the Wand of Fireballs. It was most helpful.
It was
Okay.
used as a devastating opener and 2 attacks with the Cthulhu Panthers and Firehawks. And then the third one was to recharge the power crystal in the Automata Cave.
So it can be used 3 times per long rest, and I've used all 3?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
cool.
just to be
double checking.
just to be sure for note-taking purposes, what day are we in the week right now? Because we are the 25th, but I think we entered in on the
My math were on the
21st?
26th.
Wait, I got a day
no.
wrong?
No, I thought I have here as the 25th, that we're on the 25th right now, but we came in through the portal on the 20th. So are we considered on the 5th day?
No, well,
I thought we came in on the 23rd. We've only been here for like 2 days.
Is it the 23rd
no,
that we
we
came
started
in?
on the 20th.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Because we only spent we spent our first night at the World Crystal because it was raining rocks, and then our second night we spent at the Automata Cave.
Let me take you back to the map so you can see, because you travel. Hold on. You travel at 2 hexes a day, but you were down to 1 hex per day for a little while. And let me go ahead and take this phone call real quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And
Oh
I
no,
count.
yeah, I see
Yeah.
it now. I see it now on the map because we spent one night at the World Crystal, and then we got to the Spire and spent one night in there after doing all the exploring we could. Then we got to the Automata Cave, did all our exploring there, and I don't remember if we spent the night there or left there. So that'd be 3 days, and then we're farther off. So yeah, we'd be here for 5 days so far.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, it was Brenda. So if you're calling her, I hung up on my end. Oh.
Okay, so that means if we're in the 5th day, we have 2 days before getting a long rest, right?
Oh no, that's just it. Our long rest is something we're gonna have to set up for. We have enough food and water to take a long rest,
What do you need?
but we can go several days without getting a long rest. And we can't long rest level up unless we're at a town that can have
No, no,
training.
no. I'm not asking about level up. I'm asking
Okay.
about for you guys, for the people that do magic stuff, to redo all of the magic.
Okay. Oh yeah, in that case, it's
stuff that would take a long
when we have a chance, we'll have to dig into one spot for like a week.
Okay. Okay.
Because a long rest is still a week, so we basically have to stay put and have enough food and water and make camp for a whole week.
Okay.
Now, I do want to clarify one thing just so that it's clear, because remember, we did transition to night travel. So the
Yeah.
way my math works is that on the 20th, we came through the portal and made it to the World Crystal. The next day, on the 21st, we traveled and we made it partway to the Spire. We would have had to have rested. Then midday on the 22nd, we would have made it to the Spire and then left from there and then traveled like halfway to the Automata Cave. So then on the 23rd, we'd have made it there halfway and then traveled a hex away. And then on the 24th, we would have traveled and gotten to the edge of the desert. We then would have basically kind of spent the day there and basically rested so that at night we would travel.
No, we took a night there because we essentially wasted all of the 25th waiting until the nighttime so we can then travel.
Right. So then we ended up arriving at the Oasis on the morning of the 26th. So it's
Right,
technically
but
the 26th now, but it's the end of our day. So it's almost like
Right.
super late evening, the 25th.
Yes.
But yeah, since this could potentially be an issue going forward, I'm going to start marking the time of day just to keep that stuff sorted out. So yeah, I wrote that it's the morning of the 26th as we finished our traveling.
Okay.
And
Fair enough.
the other thing before we move forward too, because you did say to remind you, Jeremy, is since we've got Joel here, can we do a little bit of flashback on the Spire and see if there's anything he remembers? Because of some of the new technology that we kind of had
Yeah,
seen.
because in the Spire and in the Automata Cave, we got to a couple other areas, so there were several times when they would have rolled. But that's just to find a clue.
Yep. But Jeremy said to remind him, so I'm reminding you.
And boy, you're lucky you were actually here, Ire, because Ragu had some ideas.
You mean Galen?
I am Galen.
Oh, Galen, sorry. Yeah, Ire's the one missing. Sorry. Duh.
All
Well,
right.
they had these great big huge automata bodies, and I figured I know enough about tinkering with the automata, heal and mend, and having my magic item proficiency that we could take Ire's head and put it on this big buff body.
I can
know?
I can assure you that you definitely do not have the skills to do that. You could have tried, but it probably would have ended. It most likely would have ended in disaster or nothing.
Yeah, sounds like a good way to make Ira ahead permanently.
I was only joking. I was trying to be funny here.
Of course.
Fair enough. Anyway, Joel, okay? So I guess the way we'll handle that then is I will take you back to those maps temporarily, and then we can have you do your rolls, so you kind of see what's
Actually,
going on.
I also had a quick question for the group. So since we leveled up, I guess it was 2 times ago. I can take a damaging spell, or I could go down like more of a utility path. Are we need of like damaging spells right now, or should I go for something a little bit more utilitarian?
Well, just for the ease of clarification, I don't know what Devak has,
Okay.
but I have pretty much all utility spells.
Hmm.
The only non-utility spells I have is Necrotic Blast and Booming Blade, and those are cantrips. So, I mean, I've got Identify, Detect, Comprehend Languages, Unseen Servant, Tensor's Floating Disc, Shield, Featherfall, Fog Cloud. I've got a ton of these utilities. I don't have
Yeah.
any damaging. So,
I don't have that much utility.
Okay, so because I was thinking about either like tongues or speak with dead, maybe
oh wait, you
cleric
get
spells.
yeah, I was gonna say you get cleric utility spells. Those are different.
Yeah,
So
because
yeah,
like
everything I just listed off, you probably, yeah, you've got something different that might be helpful. So yeah, that's going to be entirely up to you then.
okay, I just wanted to know if we had any particular need in any direction.
Well, I know Galen wasn't here, but it was nice that he had his one to fireballs because we were using big old attack spells.
I mean, I can always grab like lightning bolt or fireball as well. That's the thing.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway,
But yeah.
Galen, do you see a map?
Yeah, we're in a facility right now.
Yeah. So this is actually what happened last session. So you can't actually do anything. But
Yeah.
one of the things I was going to let you do is kind of you can move your character around the map and check it out. This was the ninth floor of the pyramid or the
Okay.
spire, because you remember the spire, due to its massive size, is about 10 floors,
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
were able to explore the 10th floor, which is what was the entrance, and then
Yeah.
you needed the 4 discs to open the pathway down, and you guys now have 9 discs, so you use those discs, and this led to the ninth floor, which is what you're on. And what your religious skills would have told you is this appears to be an area where rituals take place, and it's not very large. There isn't like seating and everything, so you suspect it probably wasn't public rituals, but it's definitely rituals.
Okay.
And so you basically have 3 main areas, so I was going to go ahead and let you roll 3d8s and see if you get an 8 on any of those.
Okay. Nope. But I got a 1, so I get a random
Which
memory.
is an unrelated memory. All right. So you, for a moment, you're stricken with this sense of pain in the ear, and then as you come to, this female shadow kind that in your memory you recognize, but in actuality you don't. And anyway, she is screaming at you and asking why you're doing this. And as that's happening, 2 male shadow kind who are wearing this kind of strange white armor that seems very flexible, all things considered, and on their side are strange elongated crystals that are humming, and one of them walks up to you and says, "It is time to leave," and then the memory ends.
Huh. Okay.
All right, now I'm going to take you to the 8th floor. So let me go ahead and move you over. And I go just move everybody else over too, so you can get a reminder of what this place
So are
was.
these holograms? What are these things?
So those
I
are
saw 'em
the
on the
glowing humanoid statues, very similar to the statues you saw on the first floor, and different rooms. They're animated in different ways. So yeah, you can go ahead and take a look in this room, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls you can make. So roll 4d8s.
Let me. Okay. Yeah. I got 1-8, but it was
All
on the
right.
fourth one.
So,
The fourth
what order did you visit these rooms? So you have this
Uh,
room, this room, this
Uh-huh.
room, and this one. Which order
I
did
think
you
I
order?
actually entered them in that order. I went first here, second here, third, and fourth down at the bottom.
Okay, so on the in this fourth room, you have a memory, or you're hearing some Shadowkind talking, and the gist of the discussion is a lot of it's stuff you just don't recognize anymore. But the gist of it is that in the that in one of the temples there's this ongoing project to try to bring in more people and kind of bring them back to some of the old ways. And that one of the ways they're doing that is by trying to educate them, but not do it in the standard way of just transferring knowledge into their brains, but making them look and piece things together for themselves. And then the memory ends.
Okay. That's really weird. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take you back to the map unless you wanted to look around some more.
No, I think I have the gist of it. It's good.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. So back to the Oasis. So, like I said, to the north you have the ruins at the bottom of the lake. At least one of the structures seems to be solid. You have various creatures along the shore, including some of the panthers and other creatures. And like I said previously, this spot seemed to be the safest. So, what do you do?
I apologize for interrupting, but would Galen have the opportunity to drink the water, or is that past?
I think that's passed. If he's, yeah, pretty much. If you're not here, then yeah, unfortunately, you miss out on extra stuff like that.
Was there
Okay,
RNG
never mind. Sorry
sauce?
about that.
No problem.
Yep.
You can
Oh,
feel free to
no.
tell him about the water, though. You can tell him about your experiences, but he can't get it himself.
Now there's always the return trip.
Yeah, I don't mind.
But yeah,
Well,
basically there
what
was
was
some
the
water
specifics
that
of it?
could either give you additional hit points or take them away from you.
Oh God. Okay. That would
Needless
have
to
been really
say, I did
dangerous
not roll well
for
on
me.
that.
Yeah,
On the
I
plus
already
side,
have
it turned
like
out there was a way to reset that.
Okay.
I got 10 hit points. That's cool.
God.
I got back
All
the
right.
5 that I lost.
Alrighty then. All right. So yeah, what do you guys do?
So are these plants new?
Like I said before, they look a lot like palm trees, and they look surprisingly similar to stuff you've seen at home.
Can I try and forage?
Yep.
Hmm.
Whoa,
Galen
I
moved in
don't.
for a salad.
Did not mean to do it with advantage. Sorry. So I'll take the 18.
Okay. What I was going to tell you is that you do have advantage here because the place is so lush. So we're going to go ahead and take the 28, and you basically find these yellow, these strange yellow fruits that seem to be about a foot long, and they seem to be hanging from the trees. And you can basically, there's enough food here that you can basically get an arbitrary amount.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna start opening the bag and do the thing that mom's doing, just start packing it with food.
To keep things simple, the weight is about what it would normally be for rations. So just go ahead and use the same weight.
Okay.
And obviously, you'd have to store it in something if you don't want to just
Yeah,
fly around.
so yep, I'll figure out in terms of weight what I can do, but we've got the cart with us right now, right? So
Yeah.
I will probably take advantage of that. Okay. Cool.
All right, so that's while Oreo is, looking at these fruits and figuring out what to do with that. What's everybody else doing?
Let's see. I guess I'll maybe get a little closer look at the water.
I was actually thinking a similar thing. I want to see if it's like, are there fish in here? What type of
Hey, don't get
water are
that
we dealing
close.
with?
We don't know what kind of frickin' psycho critters are in there.
That's true. D&D rule number 3 or something. Don't get close to the murky water.
As you approach, you see that the water is actually pretty clear, and you see that there are fish in there. Um, where it's deeper, you can see those large elephant-sized creatures, except they have the strange long necks, and so they seem to be most of the body seems to be submerged with the neck sticking out. But every once in a while, one of them will swim toward the top, and they seem rather massive.
Have
Um,
you seen this before? What are those?
you haven't seen those before, no. Um,
Okay.
they look they look kind of like lizards, but they have extremely long necks, and they're a grayish in color.
hmm
They don't seem to have big, massive teeth or anything. Their heads are actually comically small compared to their bodies.
Really?
Okay. I propose we call them Nessie.
Anyway,
Anyway,
as you're
I was
looking
thinking baby.
as you're looking into the lake, you can see the ruins near the center. But one thing that does stand out with the ruins is that there's a lot of that kind of seagrass stuff that you saw in the cave. You know, the stuff that basically extended, all the way up to the ceiling. And you notice a distinct lack of fish near the ruins.
what a shock. I'm going to take opportunity to top off my water supply.
Okay.
I was also
Anybody
going to
else?
say for everybody, go ahead and top off your rations if you've already used. I had 3 used on mine, but if you have used, then since we're doing arbitrary number, then just fill up your rations.
Oh, I
Good
hadn't
idea.
taken down my rations.
Well,
So
in
how
that case, you
much?
don't have to worry about it. Just say you filled up.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the water skin, are we still down on those as well?
Yeah, I'll probably fill up mine too.
Okay,
I'm going to try these fruits.
Okay.
sounds good.
You go to bite it, and as you do so, the skin tastes bitter, but you notice it kind of peels away, and you got this softer white stuff in the center, which tastes better.
Alrighty.
But
You have to
if
peel
you
them like an
peel them
orange.
and you eat the innards, it actually tastes pretty good. Slightly acidic, but it's a very small amount.
Alrighty. Okay, fruity.
Hmm. Is there anything interesting I would glean with a botany check, or not necessary?
Mm, you can make one to see if you get anything else. Although your instincts tell you it's pretty safe.
No, yeah. Well, I figure it's safe. I just didn't know if there was anything else about this that I could glean.
Yeah, go ahead and make a check. So yeah, it is a fruit. It is seasonal. You just happen to catch it at the right time. And from what you can tell, it is slightly acidic. So if you subsist purely on this fruit for long enough, then you could start, having health issues. If it's, but in order to do that, you would have to subsist on it for at least 2 weeks or so as your only dietary intake. So otherwise, it'll take a lot longer. And if you just eat it as as the occasional food, then you're fine forever.
Okay.
Alrighty. And So I guess the trick is, what are we going to do about the ruins? And that's the only man-made sort of thing around here.
Yes. Otherwise, this looks like a natural oasis.
Hmm.
Although you do notice that it is a lot cooler here than it is further away, out in the desert. So maybe there's something to that.
Ragu, I wonder if Char could maybe do a slight bit of scouting. I'm going to go ahead and I think I have minor illusion, right? Um, I am going to use minor illusion to create an image of one of the quippers and show that to Char. And then Ragu, would you mind having Char go just fly over the water and see if any of these critters can be spotted below?
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and ask Char to do that, and I'm gonna tell him stay away from the firehawks, and you know, you come straight back if there's any trouble, but go take a peek out there and see what we can see.
Okay, since you're doing that, Ragu, I'm going to go ahead and move you. Sit
Okay.
still for a second because I'm actually going to move you to
Sure.
a different area of the map. So you're not actually there, but this is kind of what the bird is seeing underwater. Although it'd be smaller since it's further down, obviously. But as he flies over, you notice movement in this kind of seagrass that's around. Um, you can't get a good look, so you're not sure if the quippers are there, but there's definitely something moving around in there. You also
Okay.
see several pillars with pyramidal tops, and you see stairs that lead down into the darkness underwater.
All
So go
right.
ahead and move your character around if you want to get a better look, and when you're done, let me know, and I'll move you back to everybody else.
All right. As I'm looking through all of this, I'm kind of describing it. It looks like some bones. There is some little fishy things maybe floating around in these green vines or the green water plants, but I can't tell if it's the quippers or if it's something else. But there's something moving around in there. Yeah, I seen the pyramids, and it looks like there's a cave type thing that can go down further. Yeah, with stairs and walls. It's a submerged city or a submerged facility of some sort. I do not know more because he cannot dive down into the water. Okay, yeah. And I can't really read any of the symbols or anything. So
Right.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
And then there are some bones of very large creatures with long horns or teeth.
All right. I went ahead and moved you back.
Okay.
All right. So what do you do?
All right, I kind of described all of that as I was looking through, and yes, that might be something worth looking into. I'm wondering if I can afford to waste some of my incense. Because I can use my incense to change Char into an octopus or a fishy to go exploring further. But I'd have to spend some more incense to change him back into our board.
That sounds too dangerous. I mean, what do you think is going to happen to Char if the first encounter is quippers?
Then I instantly teleport him back to me.
That only works if Char doesn't get attacked first.
That is true. That is true.
Plus, wouldn't you be killing Char by putting a underwater creature above ground?
Well, the octopus can hold his breath for like half an hour, so that would be enough time for me to put him here into like the shallows and then change him back into a board.
Still sounds pretty Rube Goldbergy. Let's see.
Now, one thing that you guys do know is that the lake is large for a lake, but it's still just a lake. So you guys are actually capable of swimming out there.
But to explore down further, we must find if it's an air pocket or something.
Right.
And
Well,
looking in the waters, is there any evidence of any other predatory creatures? Anything like crocodile-like or anything?
Fortunately, you have not seen crocodiles, or the fish don't seem particularly aggressive. At least not bigger creatures.
those big creatures with the comically small heads, do we see them eating or do we see them opening their mouth to make animal calls?
You do see them eating on occasion, and oddly enough, they seem to eat plants that are on the shoreline.
Yeah, I'm thinking that those big creatures are not dangerous. They seem to be herbivores. Because their heads are so small, their mouths are so small, they cannot eat, big prey. So it makes more sense if they are like the big cow eating the grass. So I think they are not being dangerous.
All right, well, that's potentially good then. Well, I could go swimming. Let me verify something. Um, what I'm trying to decide upon is this. If we think there might be quippers, I might be able to do more exploration as a quipper, but a single quipper is not very dangerous by itself. So going in as a giant octopus might actually be more useful. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I am going to become a giant octopus.
Let's see if I have a octopus creature I can drag over. In hindsight, I probably should have prepared for this day. I do not, so for now we'll just use Pico's token, and between games I'll set up some animal critters. All right, so go ahead, Pico. So you're just going to turn into an octopus and then dive in the water?
Yep, so I'll go ahead and wade in, and then from here I'll turn into a giant octopus.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're heading toward the ruins, right? All
Yes.
right, so just sit still and I'll move your character. All right, and I'll just put you over toward the bottom here. All right, so yeah, you find yourself swimming around. You see the pyramid sticking out of the ground. You see the seagrass. You see movement in there. It looks like a lot of different small fish. It's hard to tell from a distance, but at this point, you're pretty sure they are quippers. You see a lower section where the ground kind of drops off, and then to the north, you see stairs leading into the darkness.
How high is the seagrass?
It is about, let's see what that'd be, about 7 feet.
All right. And how high is the water above that?
You are probably 100 feet down. Oh no, I take that back. You're probably more like 20 feet down. It's not. It's not a super deep lake.
All right. Well, I'm going to swim up near the surface, and then I'm going to kind of try and sneak over. Well, actually, no. Before I do that, first I'm going to, well, shoot. I guess, and these holes here, or at least that's
Yes,
what.
those are holes that seem to drop off into the darkness. You
Which
can't see without getting much closer what's down there.
do I see any sort of markings in the ground that might be of any clue as far as what's down there? Or like if I see any streaky marks that might be like tentacles or any sort of footprints in the silt?
That's a good question, and yeah, with your passive perception, you definitely notice. So you see kind of strips of sand that's been moved. It does look a lot like tentacles. You suspect it probably comes, they come out and grab prey or maybe even unlucky quippers that get too close.
I don't think I want to check that out yet. So this thing over here, I'll take a closer look at it.
All right, you swim over, and yeah, you see this pyramid shape kind of sticking out of the sand, clearly as part of some larger structure that's buried. You, however, do not see any sort of openings. It just seems to be made of stone.
All right. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and swim up towards the surface, and then is there any spot where there seems to be less movement along the seagrass, or does it all seem to be pretty uniform as far as critters?
It's honestly pretty uniform.
All right, so I'll go swim up close to the surface, and I'm going to try and sneak across.
Okay, so what I'm going to have you do then is make a stealth check as an octopus.
Okay. All right, turn that on. All right, so this will be a little complicated. The roll isn't going to be final yet, so
That's fine. Just go ahead and roll it and just give me the final number.
okay. So the final number I believe is going to be 16.
Okay. All right. So, yep, you do swim over, and you manage to kind of glide over the surface silently, or without disrupting the water too much, and nothing happens.
All right, I'm going to go ahead then and head over here to the entryway. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to look around on top.
Okay. Yeah, you swim around, you see a bunch of debris. It looks like there were some columns and maybe some structures that were on top of the structure down there. But as you're swimming around, you don't see anything that stands out.
All right, I'll go ahead and check out the entrance.
All right, and I'm going to move you once more. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy and delete and then paste just to avoid issues. And okay, so you swim, and as you're swimming down the stairs, you go for probably a good 10 feet. And as you enter, you notice glyphs lining the doorway. It's almost like there's meant to be a door made of glyphs, but whatever they're meant to do, they're not doing it anymore. And as you enter, you see this more of this thin grass-like plants growing out of cracks in the stone walls, and you see a stone door ahead of you. And the thing that strikes you about this place is it looks very ancient. It doesn't have the same sense of technology of being advanced. You get more of a ancient mystical vibe from the place. And the door itself is partially ajar and can be pushed if you choose to do so, but it is close enough to being closed at the moment that you can't see through it.
Alrighty. Is that wait? I can't see through it, or
Well, you'd have to push it open a little bit to see to see into the room in a appreciable amount.
well, I'll go ahead and try that.
Okay, so yeah, you start pushing it open, and you see into the room somewhat. And there are four stone pillars trimmed with metal. All the pillars have carved depictions of fish, large sea creatures, crabs, and other sea life. Each pillar also has another unique image engraved. Unfortunately, it seems to be covered with plants, so you'd actually have to get close to see it. And then in the center of the room, there's a depression, um, and there are doors similar to the one you just passed through, in each direction, northeast, southwest, or northeast, west. And you also see pockets of seagrass, and you can see wiggling in the grass.
Oh, great.
You have not yet entered the room. You've just basically pushed the door open enough to see inside.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Looking around, do I see anything that looks suspicious? I mean, I know you mentioned the movement in the grass, but anything that might trigger any sort of traps?
Nothing jumps out at you other than the grass itself. Um, However, as you look up, you can see that the water doesn't go completely up to the ceiling. There seems to be about half a foot of air above the water.
That's definitely interesting to note. Um, I'm not sure I want to be dealing with all this by myself. Let me see something here. I wonder if anybody has the ability to breathe water. What level spell is that actually?
I don't know. Only Ira was here.
I think it's a second level spell, but I don't know if anybody can cast it.
It's a third level transmutation spell. So Artificer, Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, Wizard.
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that till next level.
It is a sorcerer spell, so Galen might be able to cast it. I'm not sure.
Galen, do you know you have that?
Joel? He's muted. I don't know if he knows.
Sorry,
he's
I've been talking this entire time. I'm sorry about that. No, I do not have water breathing.
Alrighty.
Is this? I forget. Is the sorcerer one of those classes that gets all the spells available, or do you have to pick each level up?
I think I have to pick each level up.
Okay.
So I'm actually in the process of picking my third level. But
Well,
it
in
wouldn't
that
be
case,
water
you
breathing.
should be able to gain it if you wanted it.
I don't think I want water breathing. I'm sorry. It's just too specific.
Alrighty. Well, I think I'll go ahead and go back out. Well, actually, no. Hold on. You said there were runes on the walls?
Yeah, in the doorway, there's runes that are circling the entryway.
I'm going to inspect those.
All right. Do you have as you're looking at them, you get a sense of that it's some sort of magical effect, or at least it's supposed to be. Do you have Arcana?
Actually, I think I have arcane spell lore, but let me verify that. Yeah, okay. I've got proficiency in Arcana, and I do have arcane spell lore.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and make a roll then. Oh wow. You're looking at the runes, and you don't understand them exactly because it's definitely a different language, but there are similarities between the similar things you've seen in your world, and you get the sense that there was once some sort of field that covered the entryway, designed to block out water, but that unfortunately it appears to have failed a long time ago.
Hmm. Alrighty, so they're basically inactive now.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and work my way back out.
Okay. Are you going to go all the way back out of the water?
Um, well, not entirely. There was something I wanted to try um, on the outside.
Okay. Let me go ahead and move you then. There you go. So you've swam back out. So what are you going to do?
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get up near the surface, and I guess south is the direction to the where everybody is.
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna get up near the surface. The difference this time, though, is that rather than trying to stealth across, I am basically going to dash and just use my full movement to zip right across and keep an eye behind me as I go.
Okay. So you're trying to dash back toward the water to the south?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the shoreline.
All right. So, okay. So you dash as fast as you can. And because you're moving so fast, you see quippers come out and chase you. But they give up after a while, and you make it to the shoreline.
All right. Yeah, I figured I'd be okay there. My regular swim speed's 50% faster than theirs. So, all right. But that uh,
And,
covers.
and just so you know, nobody else saw what you saw, so you're going to have to tell everybody.
All right. So, let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back over to the surface, and in the sand in really big letters with one tentacle, I am going to draw the word pen, P-E-N.
I get out the pen and the piece of paper.
All righty. So I'm going to take the pen and the paper and start writing a quick note here.
Okay.
Uh, Quippers in seagrass, possible to sneak, maybe use ink cloud cover, temple flooded, quippers inside, air pocket at top of room.
Hmm.
And then explore question mark.
Yes, I'm thinking we should be exploring. This is very good. This is very good. Um, there's a little air pocket, but that is it. Just one little air pocket. Is it possible to get that far into the temple and then breathe again, or is it still something that we without gills would be able to not be doing?
So, given that distance and given that you're pretty healthy individuals, and I can personally swim 15 feet down, I've done it before, so I'm pretty sure healthy adventurers could go 20 feet. Um, Obviously, it's further down into the temple, so it'd be a hard swim. So I'd probably make everybody make a swimming check. Um, but once you reach the air pocket, then you're fine because it's basically a half a foot, but it's a fairly large room, which means that you probably have a couple of hours of air in there.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so I guess in response to Ragu's question, then, all right, not too deep.
Well, I shall be willing to try.
Galen, Devok, and Oreo, you guys can talk.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
good to dive.
I am as well.
Yep,
Um,
same.
Let's go for it.
another thought I'm gonna have is I'm gonna write boat question mark.
Yeah, of
Uh,
course.
hmm. Let us see
I'll
here.
write to sail over quippers.
Looking around at these trees, is there a lot of trees? Is there? I know these are mostly like fruiting bearing trees, but are there like fallen logs? Is something we could, slash a quick raft together?
And looking around, you, at least in this area, you don't see any fallen logs. However, the trees are the trunk is only a couple of feet. They are they're tall but skinny. So you could potentially chop one down, but it would obviously, you know, take as long as you would expect something like that to take.
Well, yeah, chopping down one tree and then having to chop it into like 6 or 8 foot sections and then lashing those 6 or 8 foot sections together, that might take a little while. Hmm.
I'm gonna write on the paper empty barrels float. And I had an idea. Can I look back underwater again?
Sure. I'm just gonna move your character since there you go. You should be underwater. Go ahead.
All right.
I am having another idea, but you are going to have to be helping me with the swimming part.
Okay.
Being an octopus, you should be able to do this very well.
How loose are those bones?
They are definitely embedded. It looks like there are some of the bones on top are uh, look like they might be loose. There's certainly there are loose disconnected bones as well. But the bigger bones and the skull, you'd probably have to dig out.
Okay. Um, Pico, you are a giant octopus right now, right?
Well, I'm just gonna say yes, since I think that should have been readily apparent by looking at me.
Yeah, yeah. Then yes, I am thinking you help me, and I can get everybody over on a boat. We can do this very quickly, but I'll have to be in the water with you, so you can help drag me or sneak me by very quickly if you need.
Oh, I think I see where you're going with that. But of course, I'll have to go back over to the water.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to move back?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. All right.
All right. So shall I assume that you're thinking about floating disc?
Yes, and I will be the horse pulling it, and you will be the horse helping me get by. And everybody else can ride out on that as an instantaneous boat, but I have to be out there in front of it. However, I need to be getting myself ready, and I start taking off all of my equipment that I definitely don't want to get wet, and putting that all in the cart. And Char is going to stay by the cart and kind of watch things because he's not going in the water.
Fair enough. Um, just
Uh,
just so you know, if two of you are in the water, then you'll both have to make stealth rolls, but only one of you has to make it.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's the thing because he's a giant octopus. He's basically going to be holding on to and half dragging me. I'm going to be trying to swim, but that's only as an assist to him really moving me.
Right.
So he's got the important stealth check,
Okay.
and he can swim faster, so he can have one tentacle around me and the other 7 swimming, and I'll just get drug along much quicker than I can kick my little feet.
Fair enough.
Okay, I go ahead and take everything off. I'm going to go ahead and keep my boot daggers. Well, I take my boots off, but I'll put one of my boot daggers on my belt just so I have something. But everything else is going to be off and in the cart.
Well, I'm gonna write small boat for you.
Well, that's still having to chop down the tree. Huh.
I point where I wrote that empty barrels float.
Yes, that's an excellent idea. And is this water good? Can I just go down and check the water?
Yeah,
Smell it, take a little taste.
it
Is it
seems
clean,
to
fresh
be
water?
clean and pretty clear.
And
And
taking
you
a
can
taste,
see
it's
other
fresh.
animals around drinking the water, so you know it's safe
Okay.
to drink.
In that case, let me open our cart.
And while you're dealing with that, one thing I do, as you're deciding what to take with you, I'm going to go ahead and go under the underwater combat rules real quick, just so that you can
Okay.
know what you're getting into. So, when making a melee attack, a creature that doesn't have a swim speed, either natural or granted by magic, has disadvantage on the attack roll unless the weapon is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. A ranged weapon attack automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range, because normally you have two numbers, your normal and your extended range, where you only get your normal range underwater. Even against an attack within normal range, the attack roll has disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, a net, or a weapon that is thrown like a javelin, like a spear, trident, or a dart. Creatures or objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage. Underwater movement is half unless you have a specified swim speed, so it's basically 2 hexes or 2 move per 1 hex, and difficult terrain is 1/3 movement, so 3 move per 1 hex. You can hold your breath for 1 plus your con mod minutes, and each minute's 10 rounds. Casting spell with verbal components is possible, but you must stop holding your breath, meaning you lose 3 extra seconds of time every time you do that. And you can survive con rounds while suffocating and cannot be stabilized or healed until you can breathe again. So if your con is 10, you can survive 10 rounds while you're suffocating before you die.
Okay.
So that thing covers everything. So that way, when you guys make plans, you can make informed plans.
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that anybody's decision to go?
Yep.
I am going to write another note. Actually, the wagon, does it have like kind of like fencing around the sides?
I assume so. Yeah.
All right.
Because I was just going to empty 3 water barrels and then lash them together, and that would be enough to float me. And then everybody else would be on the floating disc 20 feet behind me. So you would only have to kind of pull the barrels along at the surface.
Because I'm going to write wagon upside down, barrels lashed side, question mark.
Well, I don't know about having to have the wagon upside down because the heavy wheels will make it tip upright again. But yes, if we put the empty out a few barrels of the water barrels and then lash them to the bottom and sides of the cart, then the cart could theoretically float.
Yeah, I guess
That's
the
big
solid
risk,
side
but
of the wagon would probably be more buoyant upright. I guess it depends on what the sides are like.
But yeah, I mean, if I only need 3 barrels to have enough for me to float, and then everybody else can, kind of cram onto a disc, then that should still work reasonably well, and we don't have to dump everything out of the cart.
I mean, sure, that sounds good to me. I don't really like the idea of us floating our cart across here, because if we mess it up, we really mess it up.
And we'd have to dump out all of our water in order to get the cart, whereas I can only dump out 3, but we can refill them here, So Ragu goes over to the cart and grabs out 1 water barrel and, takes a little plug out and takes a big old chug, drinks his fill, and dumps out the rest of the water, replugs it, does that 2 more times,
Yep.
whips out his silk rope, and lashes the 3 barrels together. So it's a very small raft, but it's just big enough for Ragu to sit on. And once we get that right here, hold on a second. Get rid of that now. Once we get that right here in the water, I can go ahead and sit on it, and then ritual cast floating disc, and then Devat, Galen, and Oreo. All you 3 have to do is stand together on the floating disc, and as I get drug out by Pico, then you 3 follow me.
Sounds like a plan.
Fortunately
Okay.
for you, it's not a windy day, so the water is fairly calm. So the disc is fairly stable.
Mhm.
Before we set
Anybody
out,
else fill up on the water before I dump out the barrels?
Go ahead, Galen. You were going to say something?
yeah, I was gonna say before we head out, I'm casting Mage Armor and Aid at ×2 duration and whatnot. So if anybody, I can give 2 other people increased hit points by 5. Who wants it?
I'll take it.
All right, Devok takes 1 set of 5, and we've got 1 more. Who wants the second?
Oreo, you think you might be wanting that? Just a little extra heat?
Sure.
All right, and the second goes to Oreo.
How much is it?
5 hit points. I didn't cast at very high level.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And it lasts for 3 days.
Actually, it lasts for 6.
Oh, even better. See?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and with all the rules that Jeremy just said about the underwater travel, yeah, my shirt, my boots, and everything else I don't want to get wet are being left in the cart that Char's guarding, but I'm going to bring 3 daggers with me.
Yeah, make sure that if you're leaving armor and stuff behind, that you factor that into your AC.
Yeah.
Jeremy, did you cover lightning spells in your synopsis of water fighting? Because I don't remember.
There's no rules in Raw that says you can't use lightning, but there's also no rules that say it's more effective. So as far as I can tell by Raw, lightning just acts normal.
Okay, interesting. Because I didn't want to use like shock and grasp and then give myself heart
Yeah,
failure.
that makes sense. This is why I looked up the rules ahead of time before I thought there's going
Yeah,
to be any underwater combat, just to make sure we're clear on all that.
cool. Thank you.
Okay.
However,
temporary-
fire is less effective. It's not. It still works, but
Yeah, it's just
everything
half
underwater
resistance.
automatically has resistance to it. And if
Yeah,
it
that's
already has resistance to it, it's probably going to be immune to it.
That's just what I'm gonna have to deal with it. I'll be fine. I have a shock and grasp.
Alrighty. So is this the plan you're going with?
Is there anything else, my good friend, that you are thinking of that we might want to plan for, or do you think this is good for you?
I guess the last thing I'm going to write down is we'll cast ink, or we'll create ink cloud to cover escapes.
Gotcha. You can cover their escapes with the ink cloud, yes. And remember, even though you are an octopus, we still know our hand signals. No, point here, point at the face, point at the other thing. Wave your hand. We can still do that kind of communicating because I would be doing that underwater myself. So.
Alrighty, well, I think we're ready then.
Okay, so I'm going to stack everybody on top of each other real quick, just to get everybody moved. Oh, it's Char staying, so I'll leave him.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to move you. And I'm assuming, since you're in a boat and everything, that you're just going to swim, you're just going to take everybody right over the quippers, right?
Right, yeah. Just
So the only thing I'll have you do then is I'll have Pico make a stealth check because they don't care about the stuff above the water. So Pico, go ahead. Okay.
All right, yeah, it works out to be a 23.
Yep. Good enough. So yep, you managed to get past the Quippers, and you see the entrance. Is there anything anybody's going to do on the outside? If not, I'll just move you straight to the entrance map.
Yeah, there is one thing we are going to wind up having to do. When we get over the top here and Pico pokes his little octopus head up to let us know that this is where we dive. Those 3 barrels, I can't imagine them taking more than like 20, 25 feet of rope to lash them together. And it's one 50-foot piece of rope. I didn't cut it. So how deep is it down to the bottom?
20 feet.
Okay, is there enough rope left over still tied to our barrels that can go down to the bottom?
It'll go down to the bottom, but it's not enough to go into the structure.
Oh, I don't want it to go into the structure. I say, Pico, my friend, can you take the other end of the rope here and just tie it to a rock or a weed or something so our barrels do not float away while we're inside?
I guess the rubble on top of the temple's probably the highest
Yep.
point.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and bring the end of the rope down and probably just pin it under. Well, yeah, I'll try and tie it off. If I can't do that, I'll pin it under a heavy rock.
Okay. Yeah, you
Yep,
get it.
perfect.
You get it pinned under, and it looks like it's pretty stable.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and delete you temporarily, and paste you just to avoid issues. And you find yourselves. You swim down, and you notice the runes along the doorway. And Pico can tell you what those are. And then inside, you can see a large room with the lowered center. You can see the seagrass with movement on the other side. And that's about all you can see from there.
All right. As we get to this point, and I see all these rune stuffs here and here, all those weird symbols or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I kind of wave my hand at Pico, point to these, and then kind of gesture with one hand open.
Hold on a second. Oh.
Okay, so yeah, you guys can plan out what you're going to do from there. Make sure not to go into the room yet, though.
Oh, yeah.
But otherwise, I'll be right back.
Okay.
So what was your question again?
Did you tell us about the rune airlock thing, or was that not part of your notes?
I didn't, because that would have taken more time to write, and well, at least the impression I got was that they don't work anymore.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Try to reactivate them. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't do it in time, I guess.
Oh.
Just because they're turned off now doesn't mean you can't turn them back on, but that would be a big help. That's what I thought I would try and do.
Oh God. I got myself.
You had one rule, Galen.
I didn't go
One
into the room.
fucking
I went
rule.
into the wall. It didn't go into the room. I was just trying to move around to get like. Oh no. Can
All
somebody
right, well,
move
you'll
me
get
back?
rescued soon enough.
Yeah, but I don't want to tell Jeremy that this happened. Can somebody
But
else move me?
anyway,
Tell the DM that you didn't break a rule. I don't see how that one works out.
Well, I didn't go into the room. I just went through the wall.
yeah, it's just like
Oh,
that
cool.
old video game where
Nobody
you're in the
say a
dungeon and you
goddamn thing.
fall through the floor and fall
Nobody gets
forever.
to say anything. All right,
I'm not
back.
about to be your accomplice, all right?
Yeah.
I will
okay.
rat you out quicker than
No. You don't have to be
Wow.
my accomplice. You just have to be non-paying attention bystander.
Well, as far as that goes, the one of the issues is using the hex grid, but the lines are on the square grid. So it's just a price we pay for
Pico, do
using
you
the
think
hex stuff.
you can help me? We can try to activate them again, or do you want to just get to the air pocket? Because I don't have a whole lot of time. I've got 2 minutes.
Well, unless you can talk underwater.
We'll have to get to the air pocket first, okay? But when we get there, yeah.
Okay.
It's not like paper is waterproof. I'm not sure how we can communicate anymore.
Well, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from investigating the runes if they're interesting to you.
Yeah, but you already rolled like a freaking natural 20 on it. You can definitely help me when I piss poor roll a 3.
Alrighty, so what are you guys going to do?
Your mic's not on, Jeremy.
Oh, sorry about that. Alright, so what are you guys going to do?
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to cautiously creep in the room and go straight to the surface.
Okay, as you start heading to the surface, no, you head to the surface, yeah. So you break through the water, and you can see, there's really nothing of interest up there, but the air does seem to be breathable.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go back down, kind of flatten myself out on the floor, and I'll gesture pointing with a tentacle, moving the tip upwards multiple times.
I go over to where he is and then go straight up to the air.
Okay, you reach the air, and it's definitely breathable.
Okay.
I mean, if everybody's breathing, I might as well be breathing too.
I'm assuming you're doing the same, Devok?
Yeah, same.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you
Is
go.
it normal that I can't really see?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just because of low light. It's not going to be a bright map right now.
Yeah, so if you have some way to generate light, you can do so. Otherwise, the only light you're getting is from the outside. So I actually put a dim light source at the entrance to simulate that, but you suspect that going further in, it'll be pitch black.
Does
Yeah.
anybody have like a light spell or something?
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the cantrips I do not have is light.
I don't have it either.
I
I didn't
also
think it'd be
don't
very
have it.
useful.
Yeah, I think it would be useful.
Oh.
I have prestidigitation.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Because it does say you create a harmless sensory effect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
I
I
also
think
have.
I
Go
think the problem is that I don't think it sticks around.
Yeah, it doesn't.
However, I have minor illusion. Could I create the illusion of a little tiny sun in my hand, and that would illuminate?
I think what would happen is you'd have the illusion of a sun, and you'd be holding up in pitch black. It's kind of like the sun in the space.
So the light from my minor
illusion specifically cannot create light.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
okay.
all right.
Yeah, no sound, light, smell, or any other sensory effect.
We have two options then from my end, both of which are pretty bad. One, I light a torch because I don't actually need too many free hands, and I burn up some of our oxygen.
It'll smoke us out too.
Yeah, or two, I just I just use my firebolt cantrip to like.
No, actually, the next question is, did anybody else do what I did?
What did you did?
I took off all of my, well, I left my pants on, but I took off my boots and my shirt and all my stuff in my pack. I'm literally only carrying 2 daggers with me. If you brought torches with you to light a torch, your torch is soaking wet and not going to light.
Ah.
And
So I'm
I
assuming
made the
everybody else was
assumption.
smart enough to, take your stuff off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
depends on what kind of stuff, because like I don't have anything on me necessarily that's going to be impeded by being wet. I've got
In that
essentially a
case,
whole
yeah.
bucket full of weapons. I'm not going to leave those in the cart.
Okay, then whatever you brought with you is all good. It's just that I purposely left like my incense and my pieces of paper and my ink and all the other wackadoo stuff that I have that can get ruined by water. I all left all that there. So.
And I'm assuming that if you have heavy armor, that you left it. Otherwise, you'd be drowning now. If you have light armor, you can still have it. And of course, you can have your weapons and stuff like that.
I don't
So
wear
yeah, I
armor.
mean, if you brought your torches, then they're probably
They're
useless
ruined at
until
this
you
point.
Yeah,
let them sit
no.
out in the sun and dry. So
I
you did do what I did, and you watched me make a big show of taking my stuff off, putting it in the cart
Yeah,
specifically so Char
there
could
are a
guard
bunch
it.
of things I left. I left like my
Yeah.
torch, my tinderbox,
Okay. Good. Good. Good.
and
That
I
makes
think I
sense.
left my healer's kits as well because they have bandages that would get soaking. I'm not really
That's
sure.
Yeah.
right, and for any sort of herbs and anything like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, all that
Now,
silliness.
if you have something like produce flame, flame does work. It's it's basically you have disadvantage against with attacks, but you can still use the spell.
Okay,
Go,
well I can just shoot fire bolts then if you guys are good with that.
yeah, go figure. I've got produce flame, but of course I can't use it for that purpose right now.
You can armor
Well, if you
class.
want, then if you're basically shooting firebolts, well, two things. One, that means is that you there's no stealth. Because you're going to have the bubbles and the water sizzling and everything else. And two, if you click on your character, you should have one that says light on flame. You can click
Hmm.
on that.
Okay, I'm not gonna click it yet, but uh, how stealthy we're trying to remain, guys? Should we probably stay stealthy until we've kind of cleared this room at least a little bit?
I was gonna say, yeah, we have at least dim light here. We might have to worry
Yeah,
about the light source in a little
it's
while,
like a
but
kind of last minute type of thing.
yeah. And at least a few of us are having dark vision. So
Oh
even in pitch
yeah.
blackness, a few of us can be seeing, but I do not know. I think a few of us might not be having it.
Yeah,
I
those without dark vision would have disadvantage on all your attacks because you can't see anything. It's like being blind.
Oh,
I'm blind.
curse my bad eyes. Yeah, exactly. I have terrible eyesight.
Because
But
yeah,
we
looking
are
at
definitely
the
looking to,
yeah,
not get
looking at
into
the light
combat.
level in this room, it's too low to fight effectively for those without dark vision. Although disadvantage doesn't mean you can't hit. It's just more like flailing around, and you might get lucky.
Now, how many of these plants or how much of the seagrass do I see movement in?
Here, here, and here.
Alrighty.
You should be able to tell the difference because some of them is green, like on the ground, and some of it is kind of a bluish color, like the stuff coming out of the walls. It appears that the quippers or other creatures only seem to be moving around in the green stuff.
All right. Well, I do see green over in these close ones.
Yeah, but those are more vines and not grass, so there's nothing there. So yeah, it's specifically the stuff that looks like grass.
Mm-hmm. All right. And okay, as far as the doors, they're all closed.
Except for the one that you already pushed open, yes. But
Okay.
they look like you can probably push them open. You can't see through them, but they don't seem to be completely closed.
Mm-hmm. Um, I think I've got a dumb idea.
And as you're thinking, like I said, also you have the fish and sea life engravings, and there's clearly additional engravings on each pillar that are covered up by the vines.
All right. Now you were kind of highlighting that right one first. Does that one have more obvious stuff on it?
Yeah, so all four of them have additional engravings, and they appear to be. Let me double check. Yeah, they appear to be different, but again, they're covered up, so it's hard to tell what they are.
All right. I'm going to go and silently move over to this first pillar.
Okay, which one? Okay. And all right, so you pull away the vines, and you see depictions of humanoids walking out of a sea or a lake. So you see a lake, and you just see a line of humanoids leaving the lake.
Okay. And is that the only thing I see on this one?
Yes.
Am I able to actually pull all this seagrass out?
Stuff out of the wall. There's a lot of it. It's kind of like going in the back, in the backyard and trying to pull out all the grass. You can pull at it and you can get a lot of it, but it's going to take forever to try to get it all.
I don't necessarily need all of it, but I'm wondering. I'm thinking that some of it might be useful as camouflage. Actually, you mentioned the different color. Is the green seagrass bigger than the other grass?
Yeah, it's definitely thicker and taller. And the green grass seems to be coming out of the ground. This blue stuff is coming out of the wall.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and glide over to this pillar.
Okay. All right. So that second pillar shows a town with homes that would fit in back in the Nexus.
Interesting. And of course, we've got the other stuff there. Now park a little more over in the corner here.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to try and sneak up to the south edge of this door. I guess we'll try to get here.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check. All right.
16, I think.
Let me see. Let me check them real quick. All right. So, yep, you managed to get up there. You see the movement in here. It seems to get a little more frenzied for a second, then dies down. So you're at the door. So what do you do?
All right.
Actually, before you answer, you get the distinct impression that if you get any closer, then the frenzy, they'll probably notice you, regardless of your role.
Alrighty.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and inspect the door.
Yep. So the door, it's like the previous doors. It's much bigger, but it does seem to not be latched or anything. It seems to be ever so slightly ajar. So you could push it open if you choose to do so.
All right. I guess I'll give it a. I'll nudge it a bit, see if it can move without too much effort.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of slides open, and inside
Ooh, that's not good.
you see a strangely shaped room with well-preserved bones in triangular alcoves. There's pillars in the center of the room, and each pillar is depicting a scene. It seems to be, from what you can tell from there, of humanoids lying at the bottom of a sea or lake with fish and sea life all around them. And it's at the end of the room. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, at the end of the room, almost hidden behind the grass-like plants, is a sarcophagus made of metal and engraved with runes and depiction of sea life. And at the bottom of the pillars, you see some specific or some different engraving, but again, it's hidden by the vines.
All right. Now, is there any movement in this room?
There is movement from the center. Sorry, you can't see that. There's movement from the center, and you can see the bones are floating around oddly to the north, and also over here in the south, but at the back of the room.
Floating oddly.
Yeah,
you
they seem to
said.
be kind of floating around, but it doesn't look like the way bones would float on their own, if they floated at all. And you notice that the bones here and here are not doing that.
All right. Well, I'm going to kind of cautiously move. Whoops. Try and move closer to one of these stats and bones.
Okay, you do so. And let's see, with your 18, you are able to approach. And you see a stack of well preserved humanoid bones. You see skulls and all sorts of different bones. It seems like there's several humanoids worth of bones here. And you can definitely see the grass quivering over in the center. And like I said before, the depiction is hidden behind the vines.
Uh-huh. Well, I might need them later. I'm going to grab a skull and a pair of crossbones.
Okay, you do so.
All right. She now only have 5. Well, a minimum of 5 limbs free. I guess being an octopus, I could probably hold all those with 1 tentacle. All right. I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, because it looks like I'd have to get too close to that center point.
Okay, and while Pico is doing all this, you see the octopus kind of carefully and slowly swimming around, kind of sneaking along the bottom. So what's everybody else doing?
Whilst he's doing that, I'm going to get a breath. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to examine these runes at the door.
Okay. Yep, you can go ahead and make an Arcana check. You can use your Artificer skill. Okay, you did. And you get this sense that the runes, they're definitely magical, and you get the sense that it's a lot closer to the kind of magic you have at home than anything else you've seen in Lumev so far. Is perhaps because of it's ancient. It feels like it predates all the stuff you've seen so far. And you also get the sense that this was meant to be a barrier of some sort to block something out.
Yeah, I'm making an educated guess here that I want to believe that this is going to block water because I want to breathe. So I'm going to swim back over here, take another breath, swim back down here, and see if I can reactivate them.
You're looking at it, and your skill in Arcana does give you the sense that even if you did reactivate it, it wouldn't do you any good because the place is already flooded. It was meant to keep the water out, but it wouldn't push the water out, if that makes sense.
Darn it. Okay. In that case, I'll come back up here and get a breath, and I'll look over to see how Pico's doing, because we can't really tell in here what's safe and what's not.
Fair enough. And while you're doing that, what about everybody else, Galen and Oreo and Devok?
I'm also doing my best to commit those glyphs to memory. They should be easier to remember, but I can't write them down now, but I have to make note of them for my guild.
Okay. When you come back out, we can have you make a history check to see how well that goes.
Okay.
As far as everybody else, what are you guys doing?
Well, I can see. So I don't know how helpful I'll be.
Fair
I don't
enough.
really know what to do.
I'm also blind.
Fair enough. So you guys are just hanging out, waiting for there to be some sort of light or direction. Oreo, what are you doing, if anything?
Just waiting.
Okay. So back to you, Pico.
Okay, so I swim back up to the top, follow the perimeter of the room to get back to the group. And what I do is, first I point the tentacle down in the middle of the room, hold up the skull with crossbones, point to the northwest corner, hold up the skull and crossbones again, point to the northeast corner, hold up the skull and crossbones again, and then finally point through the door to the west and hold up the skull and crossbones one more time.
So everywhere is death and destruction, and okay, we will be needing a better way to illuminate and combat in the water.
Well, like I said before, if Galen doesn't care about stealth, like for example, you get into combat, then you can just use your cantrip and turn on the flame. But otherwise, go ahead.
Ragout, you have detect magic, right?
Do
While you're up here getting a breath, are you able to ritual cast that thing?
of course. I shall ritual casting detect magic.
I,
Well,
Yes.
you get a small reading from the south. You get small readings east and west, and large readings to the north.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and tap on everybody real quick.
Yes.
Okay. So, I okay. So
I
I'm point at the three pools of, and then I'm going to raise tentacles in a triangular formation matching that. I am then going to point at myself with a fourth tentacle, and I'm going to trace a line towards the north one, center one, the northeast one, and then away from all of that.
So you're saying you want us to go with you to explore the rooms in that order?
Uh,
It
for lack
says
of a better thing, I'm going to put up the skull and crossbones.
no. That's what I was wondering about danger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to do that same thing again. I'm going to uh, point at the seagrass, hold up the tentacles in that formation, point at myself, trace a line from me to the three, to the northwest, to the center, to the northeast, and then away. Then I stop for a moment, point at them, and then point at the door down below to the west.
All right, we have air up here. uh, and Pico, I know you do not have the fingers or the hand, but there's another little game I'm thinking we're going to play. And I hold up my hand and I say, trace the letters on my hand, and I will call them out one at a time. You remember this game?
All right. Well,
You draw an A on your hand. I
I'm going
say
to
A.
draw
You
a
nod
letter I
yes.
on his hand,
Okay.
then a
Okay, let me
W,
pull up. Hold on, I gotta get paper. Hold on. All right. I W
I,
I
L,
L
L,
L
D,
D
I,
I
S,
S
T,
T
R,
R
A,
A
C,
T.
T.
You will distract the little fishes in the bushes and let us get by. Is what you're saying?
Y, E, S.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there a pocket of air in those places that we might be able to be breathing? Because we cannot be sitting there waiting forever. We can only hold our breath.
So
I,
far that you've only seen the pocket of air in this room, but you've also only seen this room over here.
um, so what was your question again?
Pockets of air in the other rooms. If we go there and there's no air, we cannot stay there for any reason, really.
D, O, N,
Don't know.
E.
Is that correct? Don't know.
I'll just draw a letter Y.
Excellent.
Giving me
Okay.
flashbacks to when I played
Maybe if you check that or something.
All right, I can go peek around the corner. But you said I didn't see any air in that room.
That's right.
Okay, so back up. A, I, R, H, E, R, E, O, N, L, Y.
Gotcha.
Yeah, from what you can tell, Pico, this central room is basically taller than the rooms off to the side, and or at least the rooms off the side you saw. Um, but however, like I said, you've only seen one room so far.
Mhm.
Well, beyond this one.
Pico, how strong is your octopus arms?
Uh, what do you mean?
Barrels have buoyancy, but can you drag one downhill?
That's not a well, okay, it's sort of a matter of strength, but
Well, yeah, buoyancy pushing up, you pushing down.
yeah, I guess I'd be at neutral buoyancy. Well, I mean, the octopus has a strength of 17, and for the purposes of hauling something, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, would say that you could probably pull a barrel down, although obviously as soon as you let go, it's going to go right back up again.
Yes, but once it gets it here, we can set it on the roof, oriented so that the little plug where we normally get the water out is pointed downward. And then all we have to do is pull the plug, take a breath, push the plug back in.
all right, yeah, I'll go ahead and swim outside. I'll go back up and untie the barrels one at a time and bring each one down.
Okay, so all the barrels are now inside with you.
Okay, and don't forget the rope, please. I don't need to lose it. Anyway, okay, we get the barrels, and
I'll
all
go
three
back
of them
get
are
the
right
rope.
here. Yeah, all three barrels are right here. And I'm going to go ahead and describe to Pico once it gets back with the rope. You take one barrel over to, say, this room. Now, I detect strong magic over here, and I point. And there's mild magic here and here. This is where the other door is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But this is strong magic here. So if you take one barrel and put it over here, at least we can get into that room and then go up and we can share the barrel for breath. And then the same with B and the same with C. And then we should be able to explore the area a bit more. And if we get into the fight, we can always go up and have a little pocket of air without having to get too far.
A, I, R, C, A, N, W, A, I, T.
Air can wait.
N, E, E, D, F, I, S, H, G, O,
Need fish is gone.
I,
Yes.
W, I, L, L, R, E, M, O, V, E.
Gotcha. Okay.
H, I, D, E, I, N, C, O, R, N,
Which corner?
R. I'll just point to the southwest one.
Okay, that's where the this way.
Southwest. Bottom left.
Okay, thank you. I hate the north, south, east, west. I'm looking at a screen. It's up, down, left, and right. Damn it. Anyway, okay. We will come over here to hide. Now,
Um,
this is the first room you want to take us to, correct? You can just nod.
why?
Yes. Okay.
An octopus.
Excellent.
I'm not sure if nodding works well, but anyway,
Okay.
I'm going to go down, grab a bunch of the seagrass from your nearest pillars, bring that up, and kind of hold it out to everybody.
Okay. I grab it.
All right.
And just in case, make sure the message gets through. CAMO.
Gotcha, camel.
All right. So where's everybody going to be then?
I moved myself down to the corner where you said hide.
Yeah, I saw you move, but I'm asking everybody else as well.
Well, if you can drag me there, that'd be cool.
I'll grab onto Devok and pull him over that direction.
Okay.
Can I help everyone in the party with camouflage? Considering I have that skill for stealth.
Well, what I'm going to wind
Actually,
up.
that might be good because if she can put it on us in such a fashion, like, tie it around our legs and arms so it doesn't hinder us, it wouldn't hinder our movement, but we could still remain hidden like a ghillie suit. That would be an awesome way to.
All right. So are you guys going to spend a few minutes so she can go through and help everybody? If so, then what I'm going to have everybody who's hiding go ahead and roll for hiding, including Oreo, of course. But since Oreo is helping the group, everybody has advantage. Obviously, Pico doesn't have to roll because he's not trying to hide. Okay.
And if I needed to hide, I can do a really gross way of doing that.
So Oreo, okay, that's Ragu. And Devok, okay, so you got enough successes. Galen, go ahead and roll just 'cause I'm curious what you get, but otherwise you guys are successful.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. I'm notoriously good at stealth, so I wanted to go last.
You do get
Do
to
it at
roll
advantage.
Advantage?
Yeah, you have
Oh.
advantage because Oreo is showing you, basically helping you with the camouflage.
Oh, okay. Well, doesn't really matter.
All right.
What happens?
In one ear and out the other. I see how it is there, Galen.
Yeah, apparently.
Hey,
He's like,
Ragu's paying
you're
attention.
putting it on him, and he's brushing it off.
I can't even see what she's trying to gesture to me to do, man.
That's true. That's fair.
No
But
clue what's
enough of you
happening.
had successes that you guys are okay. Anyway, Pico, so what are you going to do?
All right. So once I'm satisfied that everybody is in position, I'm going to go ahead and creep back in this room. Okay, this is where it gets crazy. So
And yeah, I'm going to be watching for your signal, so wave or something, and I'll have everybody go.
I'm just going to do one quick count here real quick. Okay, so I'm just counting. I'm not actually moving, just for the reference.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, all should work fine. So starting here, I am basically going to dash. So first I'm going to get close enough to anger these fish.
Okay, so so you approach, and at this point in time, I'm going to have everybody who is going to participate roll initiative. Hold on, let me get them set up.
I will go ahead and
Token
roll.
there,
Crappy.
and then do the group in it.
I'm even worse.
And
so
then
don't
this
worry
will
about it.
basically tell us who goes, whether Pico has enough time to react, which he probably will based on these rolls. Has everybody rolled?
Yep.
All right. So Oreo is hiding, so we'll skip her. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So Pico, you do get to go react first because the Quippers rolled terribly. So go ahead.
All right, so having gotten there, I'm basically, flailing around wildly as I go, trying to make sure I get their attention nice and good. But let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, again, trying to get all their attention.
Yep.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Trying to get all the attention in the middle and the
Which you do.
All right, and then 12. So that runs out the regular movement, but I'm dashing for this purpose. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Yeah, this should be good enough. So I'll actually maybe I'll go to here just to make sure that the earliest quippers still have a good view of me.
Okay.
Um,
All right. So let's see. Hold on. Do. So their movement is what? There it is. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he had to dash. So he didn't actually get close enough to, or doesn't have enough to bite you yet. However, this one does. So this one's going to bite you.
that's weird. I thought their movement was lower than that. Oh, no, I was wrong. I miscalculated. That's my fault.
All right. That's a 24, which I assume hits.
Yep.
All right, so the swarm tears into your flesh, doing 15 points of damage, and as the blood fills the water, you notice that the quippers around you go into a frenzy. All right, Ragu, they haven't noticed you yet. Are you going to continue hiding? You do hear, a bunch of activity, even though you can't see it, and so you're pretty sure Pico's being attacked.
Yeah, I'm very sure Pico's being attacked, but he said he would distract him, and I don't know if all of the quippers came out of here yet for us to start moving to go in there.
Okay, so you're gonna stay.
I'm gonna very slowly, and as staying hidden, move up just a little bit. And I'm not gonna go around the corner or peek yet. I'm just hoping.
Okay.
That's about all I can do right now.
So that you've essentially moved out of the kind of grass stuff that's sticking out of the walls, which
But
may.
Oreos,
Oh
Oreos
yeah, you're
kind of
covered. That's right.
camouflaged us.
That's right. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So
All right,
yeah.
Galen, what are you doing?
I saw a swarm over here. Which way
went
did it
outside.
move again?
It
Went
moved this
outside.
way.
Which way? This way?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, you're not sure that they all moved yet.
I don't see anything else. Can I turn on? I'm gonna be shooting a firebolt this round, so can I turn on the
Yeah, just go ahead and turn on
see?
your flame then.
Okay.
So if you click on your character, okay, there you go.
There it is.
It doesn't help anything though. I still see don't see it.
Well, you're behind a
We
pillar.
still don't see it?
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'll move. One.
Yeah, we
okay.
couldn't see where Pico went, so we don't know exactly when he's ready for his distraction to be done. But if he's getting attacked, he's
Well, you
gonna
do see a
let
swarm
me
up
know
there.
he needs help.
No,
Galen.
but what
Yeah.
I mean is, I would have at least bothered to tell Galen that there's like a swarm over here because I can see it, but I don't want him provoking essentially something that we haven't
Okay.
seen the whole thing
So
going
you
through.
told him
So
about that. Okay.
Yeah.
So Galen, she told you about the swarm up here. So did you still move?
No. If it's up there, then I'll probably just
Okay.
stay with the group.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see a swarm swimming right next to you, but they seem to be swimming
No.
fast.
Okay,
6,
good.
7, 8, 9. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I guess it'll stay there. And at the end of the round, you hear a bunch of bubbles, and you in your mind you sense a scream coming from this way. And as a result, I am going to be adding 2 new players to the combat. And then I'll resort, and we will continue. All right, Oreo, you saw a bunch of quippers move past you. You heard the sound to the west, or more felt it than heard it in the water. And you know there's a bunch of quippers to the south. So what are you going to do, if anything?
I kind of look over to Ragu off the corner to kind of give him like a sign of, oh, is it all of them?
We're up above breath, right? So we should be able to just whisper at least and not alert people to our presence.
It depends. I thought you guys were lower down because so you can hide in the.
Yeah, I'm
cracks.
asking for
Okay.
just signs, so just give me
Oh.
something like do
In that
hand
case,
signs.
okay, gotcha. I understand now. Hand signs. Okay, I'm gonna shrug my shoulders, point at my eyeballs, and then point around the corner, and then hold up one finger for
Oh, shit.
like 1 second. Now I
Yeah.
have to move.
Sure.
So that was your
And then I
basically your
kind of
free. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and just as a quick follow up, I kind of tap on my ears and point over there, like I heard something.
Yeah, I just nod because in agreement because I heard the same, but because it's not technically over yet, I'm just gonna hold an action. I'm just gonna hold. Okay, so I'm gonna take out my rapier and I'm gonna have my daggers out, or at least one of my daggers out. But I'm gonna hold an action in case something's within melee that spots us.
Okay.
Excellent idea.
Fair enough. All right, Pico, you are now surrounded by swarms of quippers. So what are you going to do?
Well, that did not go too great there.
Yeah, it was actually really dark, and with the shadows, I don't know what direction you went, Dave. Did you go outside?
Yeah, he went out.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly couldn't see any of that. Okay.
All right,
He's gotta
Pico, so
get
what are
out.
you doing?
All right, well, okay, well, my original plan isn't going to work quite as is. So I'm going to try and make lemonade here. All right, let me double check one thing. Yep, yeah, I don't think I have a choice because there's just too many of them. All right, so my first plan of action is I am going to fire off Name Cloud
Okay.
and
From what I remember, that basically blinds them, which means that they got disadvantage to hit.
um, ooh, um, damn it. Well, as much as I'd love to, shit, that's still a lot of rolls. So again, I'm going to try and make lemonade here. I am going to, well, now especially now that I've thoroughly bled in water and I've obscured their vision, I am going to go ahead and turn into a quipper myself.
Okay, you do so.
All right.
And yeah, they're currently are blinded by your ink, at least to some degree. But yeah, you are a lot smaller, so they're definitely confused. So what else are you doing? Because that's your bonus action, right?
Right. So I am now going to, under that cover, now that I'm one of them, they shouldn't know that there's anything wrong, and I am going to swim out towards out towards the door.
Which you do. Yep, no problem. You swim right past them because they just think you're another quipper.
All right,
But
and
just to be clear, you're a quipper, not a quipper swarm, which means you're actually fairly weak.
no, I get that. Um,
In fact, let me look up the stats for that real quick.
Anyway, I'm going to swim over to this other corner and hide in the. Wait a minute. Actually, is this seagrass unoccupied now?
Yeah.
I'm going to go swim and hide in this seagrass and wait for. Wait a minute. No, that was 1, 2, 3.
And just so you know, your armor class is now 13, and you have 1 hit point.
Right. Actually, never mind. Take that back. Okay, so before going to hide, if I. Oh crap! Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and hide in the grass here and keep an eye on the swarm.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Devok, you probably you saw Quipper swarms going to the south, and you probably saw a lone Quipper go to the north and go into the grass. So what are you going to do?
So to the south of me, is that like an open door?
That's where we
Yes,
came from.
That's where we came from.
yes, you
Okay.
came from the south, but that's where you see a bunch of Quipper swarms.
Okay, I might have the answer. I'm trying to pretend I'm in between the two hexes, right?
Okay.
Because I want
Hold
to.
down Alt to do that.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, you have to end the turn in a hex, but in the middle of
Yeah.
the turn you can move whatever.
So I want to cast Bone Storm.
Okay, so what does that do?
Underwater.
15-foot cone. All they have to make dexterity checks. Okay, fair enough.
Yes. They probably have really high dexterity, but we're going for it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Although, does the fact that they're in a swarm, I mean, in a ink cloud, affect their ability to?
Oh,
That's true. I guess they have disadvantage. All right. What's the save number? What's your spell save?
let me check. I think it's 14, but let me double check.
Okay.
It is 14, yeah.
And then roll damage.
Okay. 2d4, right?
That's
Yeah.
5d4.
11.
11. And that's not half, if I remember.
Not.
Okay. It looks like one of them made it, but I'm going to re-roll for him
Nice.
afterward. So
That seems horrible.
17 was it? Yeah. So 17 group, not group. Sorry. Save. Dex. I have to add. I should add the ability to set advantage or disadvantage on this thing. Okay, so he did not make it, so we'll apply. Okay, there you go. So it looks like one of the Quipper swarms was undamaged. The rest of the Quipper swarms are roughly at half health or less. Which,
Oh,
in the
wow.
case of a swarm, it's just you've killed half the creatures in the swarm, kind of thing.
Okay. Then I'll move back.
Okay.
My turn.
Wait, you re-rolled for Swarm 17, weren't you re-rolling for Swarm 14? I mean, I guess it would be the same roll or
Oh, you're
anything.
right. You're right.
But my point is, that means all of them got affected. None of them
Yeah,
were
you're right.
affected.
So let me fix him and adjust him. Yep, I saw the wrong numbers. So, oops, wrong one. Should be 17. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. So, yep. So they're all at roughly half health. A little bit better, but in that area. Okay. So swarm 13 then. Dude's just going to swim right around and is going to attack Devok.
Well, would he do that because he's blinded in a cloud of ink?
That's true.
Plus, my blood's all in that spot where they already are.
Well,
I changed into an F thing with fresh hit points. I didn't drag any blood out of there with me.
That's true. So yeah, he'll probably go to where the blood is. How long does the ink last?
A minute, I think it is. Let me look at that.
Because eventually they're going to swim right out of it.
Oh yeah, I get that.
But I guess for this turn, they're probably going to be checking out your blood. So, okay, that's fair. All right, and then let's see how far that thing can move. 40. Alrighty, so you see this humanoid swimming out of the room, but you can see that the flesh is decayed and clearly looks undead. But this particular humanoid has 4 arms, and as it appears, it looks right at Devok, but and actually moves at him, but doesn't have enough movement left to attack.
Cool.
All right, Clipper Swarm 16 is going to check out the blood, so I'll just leave it there. And Ragu. So you saw the ghoul move past you and move to Devok. So what are you going to do?
I'm going for it. Let's see here. I'm going to move 1 because obviously, yeah. And I can cast something that has verbal, but it's going to take 3 seconds off of my, or 1/2 turn off my minute. Okay, so I'll make a tick mark of that. -3. And I'm going to use my my trench kukri and attack him right in the back.
So what are you attacking with?
My fancy battle dagger. It's just a dagger.
So it is a dagger, so you don't get disadvantage, so go ahead and roll. Just a regular roll.
Okay.
Actually, you were hidden until now, so you're attacking from hiding, technically.
Yeah.
So you have advantage.
I was about to ask that. Excellent. Okay. And I'm burning a little bit of breath because I'm a booming blade attacker.
Okay. That is a hit.
All right. And now I'm going to roll damage, which is 7. And I'm going to roll an additional D8 because that is the booming blade.
Okay.
And now I am going to roll a maneuver dice, which is also a D8. And so that's an extra 7.
Okay.
And that 7 points gets added to the damage and damage type. And pushing attack maneuver. When I hit him, I add the dice to the damage. And is the target medium sized?
Yes. Just basically the same size as you.
Okay. That's right. If it's large or smaller, make a strength save. On a fail, I can push the creature up to 15 feet away. Okay. So it's going to be 8 plus 4 is 12. Plus 3 is 15. So it needs to make a strength saving throw of 15 or better.
Okay.
It was 7, 14.
Which it did not make. So that means 1, 2, 3.
7, 14, 15, 16. So it's 16 points of damage total. And I wanted to push him this direction, away from our guys.
Okay, but yeah, you're attacking, so you're attacking this direction. So that's the direction that he gets pushed. In order to push him a different direction, you'd have to attack from a different direction.
All right. Well, still, he's farther away from Devok.
He is. All right.
Actually, can I push him there into the swarm of clippers? It's not much of an angle difference.
Well, there's a wall there, but you can.
You mean you?
Yeah, that's
hold
fine.
on. You see what I mean? Like right there's like the wall, the door.
Yeah, you can push him into the doorway. That's fine.
Yeah. and hopefully the Quippers will attack him.
Okay. And you do so, but one thing you're reminded is that this thing has been here for a long time, and the Quippers have not attacked it yet.
That's true, but I don't know if it's only been because it hasn't moved.
That's
They
fair.
might have thought it was a rock.
Fair enough. All right, is that the end of your turn?
That is.
All right. Okay, Galen, you can see. You saw that undead get attacked. You saw all the Quippers swim by. What are you gonna do? You're still hidden, by the way.
Yeah, I am still hidden. It seems like we're in all-out combat at this point, though.
I actually hit that thing pretty hard, and he doesn't look too terribly worse for wear. So I don't know how well we're going to do
16
here.
points of damage. Yep.
You did how much?
Yeah, I don't know how well we're going to do.
Yeah, we might want to pull out. I could burn my spells on this, but I don't think it's worth it. So I'm gonna start swimming upward.
Okay.
2, 3. Oh Lord. 4, 5, 6. I'll hide behind Pico.
You notice that you see one Quipper swimming around in the seagrass.
Cool.
Is that the end of your turn, or are you going to attack something? And one thing you guys do know as well is that, like Pico was able to push this door open, you can push the door to the north and south open. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about the north door eventually. I think I might as well throw a firebolt down here at this undead guy just to see.
Okay.
But I know he has resistance.
That is a hit. So go ahead and roll damage. So you do 4 points.
Okay.
So yeah, it definitely hit him, and it hurt him, but the water, obviously negated a lot of the effect.
Of course. That's fine.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that'll be it for me.
Cool. Alrighty, so Quipper, Swarm 18 is checking out the blood. They're all going to do that for the rest of this turn, and then at next round, they'll figure it out. There's nothing there and start swimming out. So same for Swarm 13. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And at this point in time, Ragu, you are being attacked by this 4-armed undead underwater ghoul. And he is going to do 1 strangle attack and 1 bite. So I'll do the bite first because it's simpler. And I forget, what's your AC without armor? Raku?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said currently. All right. I said currently my AC is 14.
Okay, so the bite definitely does not hit. And the strangle, boy, does it not hit. You dodged all that easily. All right. Quipper's still busy with the blood. All right, round 3. Oreo, you know that the Quippers are going to get bored soon and start moving out, and you see 2 of these undead creatures. So what are you going to do?
What's our speed again?
Their speed is
No, not theirs. Ours.
Oh, it's basic. If you don't have swim speed, then it's half of your normal speed.
Okay, so move up 15. Actually, not that far. I do not want to go that far. So let me go back.
Okay.
There, that's 15. Then bonus action. Bonus action to dash. To there.
Okay.
Now, if I spend an action to go the rest of the way, I can't open the door?
You can push it open as a free action.
Okay, so
So-
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my action to go all the way to the door and then push it open.
Okay, fair enough. Let me get rid of it. Wrong thing. Here we go. So you push it open. And to the north, you see more bones and more of the seagrass. You see a door further north. You see a pillar with depictions, but you don't really have time to look at that yet. But what's probably most important to you is you do not see any movement in the seagrass or the
Okay.
bones.
All right, so I'm just gonna. That's pretty much where I'm gonna stay. That's my round.
Fair enough. All right, Pico, you are still a small one hit point quipper hiding in the seagrass. So what are you going to do?
All right. Well, not thrilled about this situation. Is this guy on either side of the door?
He's basically on your side of the door, but he's in that doorway. It's just as close, so he's probably closer to here, but I'm just leaving him in the X.
All right, fine. Which way is it easier to push him?
Um, let's see. It's probably easier to just push him south. So maybe from here, push him around. Yeah.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get in here. As I swim right up, I'm going to go ahead and once I get within range, just change back into my normal tabaxi form, try and shove him through the door and close it.
Okay. In that case, we'll go ahead and do a shove. Let me bring up how that works. Handouts, combat, and then we have our shove here, which of course search doesn't work.
Now, even if I don't move him, am I still going to be able to close the door?
That's basically a free action.
Okay.
There it is. All right. In that case, go ahead and make a strength check or athletics check versus his strength and athletics check.
I guess I'll go ahead and do the athletics. Oh,
You can do it.
you had 13, I guess.
Okay. So you got a 13. He got a 15, which means you go to shove him, and he must have sensed you coming because he shoves back and nobody moves.
All right, well, regardless, I still got to get that door closed.
All right, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead and move you, and I'll move him to this side, and we'll just say that the door is closed. And yeah, so there you go. So is that the end of your turn?
Yeah. No sense in letting him have 2 attacks.
Fair enough. All right, Devok. So the door to the south here is now closed, so you can't actually see the quippers at the moment. However, you do see the undead to the south of Pico and to your north. So what are you going to do?
Move. I can't see what he's doing. So are we fighting or running? Hello?
Well,
We were
let's put it
supposed
this
to
way.
see.
I just closed the only exit out of here, and there's an enemy shoved right up next to it.
Then I'll shoot ghoul number 4 because I can't see the other one. So
Okay, so the first one misses, the second one hits.
7 damage.
All right, and it's not fire, so it does full damage.
Okay.
All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove the Quipper Swarms for now as I come across them. Come on. All right, the ghoul is to the south of you since you just tried to push him, so he's going to attack you, Pico. So he'll start with his bite. Does a 10 hit?
Nope.
And his strangle, 19. Does that hit?
And that does hit.
Okay, so basically one of his four arms kind of wraps around you. It's almost more like a tentacle than an arm, and it's supposed to do damage. So actually, I just rolled. That's why. So it actually digs into you like a sword, piercing and slashing for 9 points of damage, and you are now grappled. When it's your turn, you can use an action to escape using a athletics check with a DC of 16. All right, the Quipper is on the other side of the door. All right, Ragu,
Does
you
it
got
move or try and drag him or anything?
not at the moment. It's just holding him
All
in
right,
place.
so it's all right. So that's way over there. Okay.
Anyway,
What am I gonna
Ragu,
do?
you got the guy to the north, and you saw the ghoul grapple Pico. So what are you going to do?
Gonna have to attack number 4. He's right here.
Okay.
I don't have a whole lot of choice. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I don't have advantage this time.
Right.
But I am going to Salasho.
That's a hit.
Alrighty. That's going to be 6.
Okay, which definitely hurts him.
Plus 2 again? Really? What's with the 2s? I rolled 2s last time. Okay. And then I am going to go ahead and spend a second superiority dice.
Okay.
So that will be another D8. Oh, that kind of sucks for damage this round. So that's 5, 11 total in damage, and
Yep.
he needs to make a 15 DC strength save or get knocked like over here past a pillar, because that's only like 8 feet, 15 feet. It's like
He
kind
makes
of
it.
more in the corner.
So you go to push him, but he resists.
Alrighty.
All right, and out of curiosity, just so everybody knows, how many superiority dice do you have?
I have 4 superiority dice. I will get a 5th superiority dice at level 8 and a 6th superiority dice at level 15. Superiority dices are D8, and depending on the maneuver, they can be added to the damage of the attack or to whatever other special bonus.
Cool. So you've used 2 so far, and you have 2 more. Excellent.
Yes.
All right.
And this is what I was doing.
Okay. Yep. And you would have pushed him, but unfortunately he made it, so you did not. All right. Galen, so the door to the south is closed, and the Quippers are no longer visible. However, you have the 2 ghouls, 4-armed ghouls, one of which is attacking Pico, and one of which is in a fight with Ragu. So what are you going to do?
Okay. Do we want to keep fighting or do we want to pull out, guys?
Let's fight.
We can't pull out. We're trapped.
That's fair.
Yeah, all we can do is kill the 2 we have in
go
here,
towards
and
the
then
north and see if there's an air
Oh.
bubble out there we could use to like regroup. But I get your
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, remember, we are holding our breaths right now as we speak. So
Yes.
the only thing we can do is kill these 2 and then go straight up into the room we're in for air before we regroup.
Mhm. I'm gonna flank on Ghoul 4,
Okay.
All right.
and then 1 second.
I think
I'm
some of
gonna-
these foods here.
Oh, pardon me for coughing in the mic. Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds. I think I'm gonna cast it at like a level 2 spell though.
Isn't that what's inflicts wounds damage type?
It's a necrotic, I think.
Is that gonna do anything to an undead?
Oh, I didn't even.
Actually, in older versions, that is true. It wouldn't hurt undead, but D&D 5th edition, that doesn't really seem to apply.
I'm asking more because of the DM's rules, house rules.
Oh,
I don't know
sorry.
if he's decided to do
Yeah,
stuff
you're right.
like
House
that.
rules.
You guys don't know if it'll affect him or not.
Naturally.
Huh.
It's the first time you've fought this kind of undead, and some undead you fought before weren't affected or immune to necrotic, and occasionally some aren't. So you honestly don't know.
Okay. Let me do some quick counting. Sorry.
Hold on. Just let her sleep down here, Brenda. Yeah. Just close the gate. Let her sleep down here. She did it last night, the night before. Let her get used to that. Sorry about that, Galen. What are you doing?
I'm still kind of spitballing. I could cast sleep at a higher level too, but then we'd have to come back to them.
I personally am under the impression that sleep does not affect undead or constructs.
Oh my god.
That is true.
I can't attack this thing at all.
And even if it did, one thing to keep in mind is you got to roll, and you have to have a high enough hit point range to do it. And you guys already know these guys have a lot of hit points.
That's
Yeah.
true. I'm just gonna try a regular inflict wounds and just to see if it.
One thing
hurts
you
him
can
at all.
do is shocking grasp.
That's true. Yeah, why not? You're right. I'll try shocking grasp.
You get advantage because you're
I
flanking
get
with.
advantage because I'm here exactly.
And
Oh,
that hits.
barely.
Their AC is 13.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, you shock him for 7 points, and that does seem to hurt it. And
And
he is
his
now at about
reaction is
3/4 hit
gone.
points. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna go ahead and back up. 1, 2.
All right, as you back.
Wait a second. Yeah, Galen, do you want to back up? That's an attack of opportunity, and I
No, it
lose.
isn't.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Because you're
All
moving
right,
away
Yeah.
from the
no.
enemy.
He's got a point. You should explain this though when it happens, because we forget. He used shocking
sorry.
grasp, which makes him lose his
Reaction.
his reaction.
Oh, you have a special thing. I'm sorry. I apologize about that.
I forgot
but
it too.
also, Galen, count how many hexes you can actually move because we're only half speed right now, unless you have swim speed.
Oh, true. I should only be able to make it to like actually here.
Okay.
I went 1, 2, 3. Right here. As long as he has to move to get to me if he wants to fight, it's fine.
Fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Mhm.
All right. So let me delete these quippers for now. And the ghoul is still going to attack Ragu because he's closest. So he's going to attempt his bite, which definitely does not hit. Ragu dodges. And his strangle, yet again, he rolls a critical miss, or a miss for 5th edition.
Don't feel bad, Jeremy. I roll like that all the time.
Oh, no, actually, your character feels good about it now. It's the beginning of round 3. So, Oreo, you see that the two undead, and they're still in melee combat with Pico and Ragu. So what are you going to do?
I see what's going on, and I will kind of.
Out of curiosity, if you open the door, are you looking through it?
Yeah, I am. I mean, like, I can see that there's another door on this side. There's a big pillar in the center, and there's a bunch of skeletons on corners, and there's a big patch of green in front of me. But if the
Do you
intention
see
here
air
was,
sticking to the roof?
is that going to take an action though?
Sorry, what are you going to do?
Look up and see if there's a pocket of air.
Oh,
If there's
no,
a pocket of
there
air,
isn't. You would have noticed that. There's no pocket of air. It's like this room over here. It's not as big as the room you're in.
Okay.
However, that doesn't tell you if there's one or not to the north. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm thinking now because if that's the imperative, then do you guys really not want me to hit these things? Because you guys are gonna, if the intention here is to attack, then I'm gonna stick to the plan I had. But if you guys are signaling me to kind of keep going, then I'll keep going.
Ragu, you
I'm
want
gonna
to
take,
answer?
yeah, either that
Oh,
or anybody else in the room.
I thought Pico was gonna had a specific reason. I just thought about where we could actually go. Because I mean, if we run into this room here to get away from these two bad guys, we can only stay there for 90 seconds, and then we have to come right back into this room with these two guys to
Yeah,
to
that's,
breathe
yeah,
air.
okay.
So
Yep.
yeah, air is the imperative because wherever we go, we have to have air. Otherwise, we're only there for a few seconds.
Well, what I mean is imperative is getting rid of these two so that we can then find air. So in that
So
case,
yeah, I
I
guess
will,
kill them as quick as possible.
yeah, I will go ahead and do my movement, which is up to there, and then I'm gonna use my bonus to get in there, and then I'm gonna hit with my rapier.
So normally you would have disadvantage, but because you're flanked, that cancels out, so it's just a normal roll.
But a rapier is a finesse weapon, and it's light.
I'm pretty sure.
It is a finesse weapon.
Dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. It's very specific on the list. So
If that's
Okay.
the
I thought it was
case,
just
then
finesse weapons.
if that's the case, then I'll start with the dagger because I did say from the very beginning that I did have a dagger out.
you do get advantage with the dagger, but like I said, the disadvantage you get canceled out because you have advantage. So at least in this case, you can still use your rapier. But go
But I
ahead.
thought the dagger did not impose a disadvantage.
That's right. So dagger you have
So
advantage. With the dagger you have advantage. With the rapier, it'll be a normal roll.
I know. That's why I'm going to start with the dagger. Okay.
Okay.
Which dagger do you have? Do undead and constructs count as the same thing? I wonder.
I don't. Just hold on, and I'm just trying to figure this out right now.
All right, that's a hit.
That plus this.
All right, plus your sneak. Okay, good.
And hold on, just because I want to double check something here on the distance. Oh, it's just okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, but it's, well, for the shits and giggles, I'm gonna use Whales from the Grave, and so that means that this guy over here, the one that's in front of
Pico.
Pico, is gonna get hit with essentially another sneak attack, but not as powerful.
Okay. All right, so he takes 6 points.
Yep, and that's necrotic. Does it actually take its full
It does
six,
take
or?
it. It does take it. So now
All
you
right.
know.
Okay. And now my rapier for regular, which
Yep.
is attack.
But it hits. Yeah, it hits. Okay, so you stab him for another 4 points of damage.
And I'm gonna stay put.
So he's at a little bit more than half health.
Okay.
All right, Pico, you have the ghoul to the south attacking you, and the ghoul between Ragu and Oreo. So what are you gonna do?
Well, as far as I know, I'm actually still grappled by this one, right?
That's true. You can make an athletics check with a DC of 16 if you wish to break free, or you can just stay grappled and attack.
Does it take a action to try to break free?
It does take an action.
All right. Well, I'm probably just going to attack then. Just a sec.
Okay.
This is not a great situation to be in. Crap.
Oh, but I should mention that it's like grappling, that if you have multiple attacks, it'll just take one of them. So if you have 2 attacks, you can try to break free and then get your second attack.
Let's see. What do I have in the way of spells equipped? Did I? Nothing useful there. Crap. Well, I guess the only thing I can do is try and attack with my claws. So.
Okay, so that'll be with disadvantage.
All right. So this is going to be a booming blade attack.
Okay. That still hits.
All right, so that's the main part of the damage.
Okay.
I am going to roll the d8 for the booming. Okay, 13.
Okay. So he's at a bit more than about 6/10 of his health. So a bit more than half. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, that's it. Because it's too late to try to break out.
All right. Davak, you can see that Pico is still held in the ghoul's grasp by one of his tentacle-like arms, but he is also stabbing into the ghoul, and the other ghoul is surrounded by Ragu and Oreos. So what are you going to do?
I will. 1 second. I will shoot ghoul number 4
Okay.
with this sling spell.
Okay. Unfortunately, but no, actually, you have advantage because he's flanked and distracted. So go ahead and re-roll both of those.
Okay.
Okay, that hits, and that still misses. So okay, so you just got one hit.
2 damage.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, Ghoul 3. He now has you held tight. So Pico, he is going to attempt to bite you. And with a 24, I believe that's a hit.
Yeah.
So he bites into your shoulder, ripping out flesh, doing 18 points of damage.
Ow.
All right, Ragu, the ghoul to your north is surrounded. What are you going to do? Oh, and Pico is almost dead.
Oh, crap.
And still being held by his ghoul.
As my free action, I just kind of look at Oreo for half a second.
Just do what you're gonna do, man. It's all good.
1, 2, 3. That's my movement.
All right. Is there any reason?
I have a question. What's that?
Let me. I think he gets his opportunity attack, right?
Yeah, he does.
Wait a minute. What about whatever Galen did to him?
Was that this turn? Oh yeah.
Oh,
I guess,
yeah,
Yeah, I guess
'cause ghoul
so.
number
Yeah,
4
you're
has
right.
an-
Well,
has
his
an-
next
So that
turn.
would have hit. So you're lucky that Galen did that. So go ahead, Ragu.
Yeah. Thank you, Pico, for bringing that one up. Okay. My question here is snap to center, hold. This here is basically a wall, right?
Yes, that's a wall.
And this guy is flanked on the wall, and then flanked by me, and then flanked by Pico
Well,
here.
normally I would
Does it
say
count as
that
flanked
I would
because there's
say
no way I can come here.
right.
to
Normally I
flank
would
him.
say that would count, except that he has Pico grappled and is controlling the situation, so you can't get flanked from that.
All right. No advantage. It's going to be a normal shot.
Yep.
I'm going to slide in here with an attack.
That hits.
All right. Now let's hold on here. 6 piercing damage.
Okay.
And we're going to roll a d8 for Booming Blade,
Okay.
which is
Nice
a full 8 points of damage.
Yep.
And now we are going to burn our 3rd superiority dice. Don't worry, folks. I get these back at a short rest. And I'm going to roll that superiority dice, which is another 3 points of damage, and I need him to make a strength check of 15 or less. Roll a 12. Roll a 12. Roll a 12.
All right.
Roll a 12. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. 2, 2, 2. Jeremy, 2. Roll a 2. Come on, big snake eyes. Roll a 2.
All right. Here we go. He makes it.
Rat fucker.
However,
Wait a second. Is there anything I can do
however,
here?
you did what is that? 14, 17 points of damage in one shot, basically. So that's
Mhm.
actually enough that you see that he lets go of Pico so he can focus on you. So Pico is no longer restrained or no longer grappled.
Is there any way that you
All
can,
right.
actually, curiosity with this, Jeremy, if when we're trying to pull someone away from a target, can we just pull, like, without, how can I put it here? Let me try and use a ruler here or something. Could he move him in that direction without necessarily moving from that spot?
Well, my idea was to move this guy this way 15
I
feet.
know, but it didn't work.
But
I'm asking
yeah.
because you're right there and he's in
Hmm.
front of you. So is that a possibility? I'm asking Jeremy on this.
If he would have used an action to do like a shove or something like that, then he could have tried to do that instead. Because you got to remember, this guy here is holding him, so it's still a strength check against the ghoul, even if he's moving Pico. But he could have, so yeah, it would have been his strength check versus the ghoul's strength check, and you already know that the ghoul has a really high strength, even if it's not necessarily as high as Ragu's.
Got it. All right.
Okay.
However, Ragu already attacked, so he couldn't do that now anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I did burn my attack and I did a booming blade attack, so I don't get a bonus action attack. But do I still get a bonus action just out of curiosity?
Um, let's see. Yeah, you should get a normal bonus action. It can't. I don't think it can be an attack, like you said.
Yes, it
But
cannot be an
if
attack.
you have some
But
other
I'm just
ability
gonna
that fires off on a bonus action, I think.
yes, it's called my left arm. I'm gonna well, my knife's in my right hand. I reach out with my left arm, grab Pico, and just grab him by the shoulder and do a pull in, so he will end up here, kind
Okay.
of more
Yeah, that's
behind
fair.
and away from me.
Yeah, so you just kind of pull him and he floats. Yeah, no problem.
Yep, pull him out of the way, and then I'll just keep focusing on this guy.
Fair enough. All right, Galen, you can see that Pico is bleeding. You can see the blood in the water, and you can see he's almost dead. However, you can also see that he's not in immediate
There's
danger.
not that much blood in the water.
Oh, that's true. He's got his thing. Okay, it's not nearly as much blood as you would expect, given how badly he looks like he's hurt. Which
There's not a lot of blood in the water, but there's chunks of fur for some reason.
anyway, and then Ragu is attacking the ghoul, and Oreo is attacking Ghoul 4. What are you gonna do?
Um, hmm. Pico, how long do you think you can hold out without healing?
Well, if it's really urgent, I can heal myself.
It looks really urgent right now, is what I'm saying.
Well, what are your opportunity? I mean, um,
One thing to remember is you left your healer's kit, so you have just magic
Yeah, I only have
and potions if you brought any.
I have no potions. Um, hmm.
well, I think I might still have one. I
I
mean,
have mine, but we need a pocket of air. We're not obviously gonna start drinking them out of water.
Fair enough.
Yeah, healing isn't gonna do much right now. I'm gonna swim
yeah,
to.
yeah, if you can
Oh,
attack, it's
sorry.
probably
I
better.
meant to go down this way. I'm sorry. I can get to here. I'm
Okay,
flanking again on the ghoul. And now that I know that necrotic damage hurts this thing, I'm gonna go all out.
go for it.
I'm gonna cast inflict wounds for realsies this time.
Okay. Is that a ranged spell or a melee spell?
It is a melee spell.
Go for it then.
Inflict
And
wounds
even though I
requires a
haven't
touch.
picked my third level spell yet, I think I'm gonna cast it as a third level spell.
You get advantage.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second.
Oh, that hits.
Okay.
Okay, so I see 31 points of damage. Is that correct?
Um, let me. Yeah, that'll be fine. I won't re-roll any of it.
All right. He is now at 1/4 of his original health. That was a massive hit.
They're so tough, though.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I guess so.
And I will say it was very smart of you guys to eliminate the equippers, otherwise you'd be dealing with them at the same time. All right, Ghoul 4. That hurt a lot, Galen. So he is focusing on you now.
Oh, I probably should have run away. Oh well.
If you
All
run away, all you do is take away Oreo's bonus to or
Yeah, that's
advantage to hit.
true. No, you're
Yeah.
completely right.
Plus, with that attack, wouldn't he still get an opportunity attack? So
Yeah,
he could attack twice
he
instead
would.
of
You're
once?
right. No, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
So he
Yeah.
misses with the bite, which you should be thankful for. However, the strangle still hits. So the strangle cuts into you because his arm seems to cut in like a knife, doing 8 points of
Weird.
damage, and you are now grappled. You can make an escape with the DC 16 as an action on your next turn. We are now in round 4. So Oreo, the ghoul has Galen grappled. What are you going to do?
Dagger with advantage first.
That hits.
That plus that.
So 18
And then
total.
I'm going to go ahead and do again another Whales of the Grave again to the one in front of Ragu.
Okay.
So
All
an
right.
additional 7 there.
7. Good. Is that the end of your turn?
I've got my rapier doing that, but at normal.
Yep.
Nope, that's it.
All right. And he has less than 1/10 of his original health. All right.
Awesome.
Pico, you were hurting but alive, and Ghoul 3 is now in melee with Ragu, and Ghoul 4 is almost dead. So what are you going to do?
No good options here. All right, well, what I'm going to try and do first is I'm going to move over here. Go ahead and try and Booming Blade the Riptide Ghoul.
Go for it. You have advantage. Actually, yeah, that cancels out.
Yeah,
So that hits. So you do 5 points plus 4, and that's enough to take him out.
All right, and I'm going to use Feline Agility to get over here to set Ragu up for the flank.
Fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Okay.
Yep, that should do it.
All right, Devok, one of the ghouls has finally died, and the other is flanked. What are you going to do?
So I still can't see it, but I could probably shoot in its direction, right?
You can see it. It's right here.
Yeah, it's right here. It should be dim light. If your monitor's too
Yeah.
low, then
Anyway, both of those hit.
Okay, bro. Gotcha. 7.
And you had advantage, so go ahead and re-roll both of those just in case they crit. In the meantime, I'll take your 7. Okay, fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, that was a good hit. And Ghoul 3 is still attacking Ragu. And he is going to attempt to bite, which fails. And to strangle. 22, I believe that's a hit, right, Ragu?
that is a hit.
So his grab does rips into you for 6 points of damage, and you are now grappled. On your turn, you can take an action to escape with a DC of 16. And Ragu, you are grappled. So what are you going to do? You can still attack if you stay grappled, by the way.
Yes, I'm thinking about that.
Otherwise, it's an athletics check to try to break out with the DC of 16.
You might as well focus on your attacks now that we can gang jump this thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was debating. Do I spend my major attack to grapple him and my backup attack to stab him with a knife? That way he can't grapple anybody else. Because it says right there the ghoul has 4 arms and can grapple up to 4 other creatures. So even if we surround him, he can fuck all of us.
That's true.
Yeah,
if I
but
grab-
there are 5 people who can attack it before it goes next.
In that case, yeah, you're right. I'm just gonna go for a Hall's Balls attack.
All
All
right.
right. Um,
If you really had to do
there it is.
something, muscling it into a spot that allows it to be surrounded easier might be handy, but actually that's probably not even that
Yeah, but
critical.
I was gonna say since it grappled me, I don't have the ability to move it, even though I
Oh
think
yeah,
that could
good
be a
point.
tug of war. So yeah, I'm just gonna Hall's off on it.
Okay. That is not a hit,
Oh wait, sorry.
but you have
I
advantage. So go ahead and roll
yeah,
again.
I should have clicked my advantage.
Yeah, no problem. That one does hit.
15. That does hit. Okay, so we're hitting it for 8 points.
Yep.
And then boomerizing it for 16.
Wow, another crit maximum roll there. So he's
Oh,
just a bit above 1/10 of his health. Is that the end of your turn?
and yeah, that was booming blade, so yeah, I don't get a bonus attack. Yeah.
Okay. So Galen, the ghoul is surrounded and is pretty low on health. What are you gonna do?
Since there's a bunch of other people going before it goes, I don't need to use another inflict wound. So I'll just come in and I'm gonna take away its reaction if I can.
Okay.
Do I get advantage from here or no? Because I'm
Yeah,
not on
because
the
it's
dirt
flanked,
opposite.
so you get advantage.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna cast Shock and Grasp.
Okay, that hits. All right,
Nice.
6 points,
I'm gonna move out
and
of the
it
way
is
here.
now less than 1/10.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna stay here. It's fine.
Okay. So we are at round 5. Oreo, the ghoul is almost dead and it's completely surrounded now. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I've got to swim over there first. Bonus action to get to that spot, and then I'm gonna use the one attack I've got to hit it with the dagger.
Okay, you have advantage. That hits. And you finish
Nice.
it off. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove you from combat for the moment. Even
All
though
right.
the equippers are still there, they're still on the other side of that door. So what are you guys going to do next?
First item
Go
of
up
business, I
for
am
air.
closing this door closed and then going up for air.
Okay, fair enough. Let me go ahead and do that.
Since, quick question to Galen, do you want to use spells or do you want me to give him potions? Because I've got 5 on me right now.
I'd rather go for the potions because I like to use my healer's kit before I use my spells, but like
Sounds good. So go ahead and roll Pico. I think it's 2d4 plus. These are basic, so it's 2d4 plus 2.
I believe so, but let me check for you.
Let's hold off on that just a moment.
Yeah, it'd be 2d4 plus 2. She has 5. I have several more, which I didn't bring, so I'd be asking you for yours and I'll give you back. But yeah, we have plenty. Just take it.
Yeah.
At least one here.
I'll drink in a few minutes. First off, so how big is this air pocket? I mean, I got the size. What's the height of it? I mean,
Half a foot.
half a foot. Oh, jeez. Hmm.
And you can see the dimensions of the room so that, you can get a rough estimate of what the volume is.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. All right. Well, I don't think exploring's a good idea, at least not without looking very cautiously, because I don't want to risk more quippers coming in from any other particular spot.
Yes, I'm thinking we can explore this area much more and better once we figure out the way to get rid of the water or breathe it ourselves.
Yeah, my original plan was to lure the quippers all the way out of the temple, then swim back in after they sort of, loop around and then go in and close the door. But I'm trying to make sure they followed me. I didn't move far enough and got in over my head.
Well, I'm glad you made it out.
Well,
Those forearm bastards
debatable
were not
about that
something.
so far.
Those forearm things were nothing we were expecting.
No, well, that brings a question.
So as you're thinking, you do know that there was um, more to the pillars inside. And you haven't really explored that room very much. And then, of course, there was the room to the north, which seemed to be safe, and you haven't really done anything there yet either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we've already got the monsters out of that room, so we can at least catch our breath and check one room whilst you drink a potion, Pico.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cast Goodberry and spend the next minute eating those.
Okay.
At least he sees something.
All right, well, in that other room, there is a sarcophagus. I was going to warn about, well, I wanted to be able to warn about some dancing bones, but I think we just killed those. In fact, let me go have a peek at that just to be sure. Are those things stable?
Yep. Nothing's moving.
Just be on the safe side. I'm closing this. Actually, no, I'll keep it open so I can keep an eye on it. All right, I go back up. Yeah, the bones seem to be stable. Guess we could take a look at that sarcophagus and see what's in there.
Okay.
Hopefully there's something worth killing ourselves over.
My
Has it
vote's
been
still
more
going
than...
to the north, to be honest. If the biggest pocket of power is up here and we've only got enough energy to possibly fight something one last time, I would rather be something much more worth it than something a lot smaller around here.
Yeah, I was going to say, is my detect magic still working?
Yeah, it hasn't been that long yet. And the magic that is coming from here is coming from that sarcophagus.
Okay. And
All
then
right,
you
I'm gonna
said there was
take a look at
stronger
my
magic here, but okay, yeah. We're gonna...
All right, so as you enter, you're able to get a better look at the pillars. And so on the pillars, you see a depiction um, of humanoids. Oh, you already saw that. Sorry. Oh, yeah, at the bottom of the pillar, you see a second depiction, a long, skinny, vertical shaft or tunnel leading to a circular area at the bottom. Inside the circular area, you see humanoids walking and floating among simple buildings.
All right.
We're going to... Is this the sarcophagi?
Yes. It's mostly hidden by the plants, but you can make it out. All right, so the sarcophagus is metal, and it seems to be engraved with runes and depictions of sea life. And you see that there is a lid, and it's oddly enough for a sarcophagus, it seems to have hinges.
All right, since we're holding our breath, I look at Pico and I say, or I point at Pico, and then I make a motion to open the lid, and then I make a motion to jump back, and then I ready my daggers pointing down.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of abruptly put my hand up in a vertical position,
Okay.
palm straight out, and then I'm gonna gesture towards the door with both hands and go find Oreo.
Okay. You see
Good
Oreo
idea.
swimming
I follow.
around randomly.
All right, so I'm gonna Oreo. How good are you at detecting traps underwater?
I'm underwater. I can't really hear you, but I'll follow if you're intending me to follow somewhere.
How long were you planning on staying underwater?
You're gonna have to come up for air. We'll wait for you.
Well, no, I've been getting it. Isn't the pocket over here though? So
The pocket's in
The entire ceiling.
it's in the room, so yeah, it's basically covering the whole ceiling.
just lead the way. I really didn't want to go investigate there, but you guys really want to go in there, so just tell me where it is.
Well, that's because this area is cleared out. The area to the north that does have more powerful magic still has monsters in it, and we just got our ass kicked. So, do you really want to walk into that again?
Yeah, I kind of do. All right, so what am I
Okay.
doing next?
Just make sure this thing's not trapped.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can make your normal roll. It's fine. You can detect traps underwater just like you can above water. Yep, there's no traps.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll help open it then.
Okay, yeah, you guys
Alrighty.
open it. It opens surprisingly easy. And inside, you see a full humanoid skeleton. However, this is different than the rest. The bones are made out of a dark metal. And every bone, no matter how small it is, and it is a complete skeleton, has a small rune etched in it. And they're all glowing slightly magically.
I'm going to go ahead and make this is obviously a magic item, a magical object. I'm going to go ahead and do that whole thing, Arcana, Artificer, Lore. You know,
Yeah,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to buy a vowel, please.
Sure. All right, yeah, you're shaking your head. You have no idea.
Can Vico help me? You've got Arcana.
Sure. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and.
Does that mean I roll again as advantage, or do
Yeah.
you roll yourself?
Oh no. Hold on. There's something I should be doing for you. Verbal. Yep. I'm gonna drag you back out of the room, go up to the ceiling, cast guidance on you, then go back.
Okay.
Okay.
Would
well, to
that
be
be
fair,
a reset, or am I still
I
blatant?
think you just roll again because you already did make the first roll, but you have your guidance, so you can add that.
Okay, so you want me to add guidance to this one, or do I get a second roll
You
for
get a second
the
roll where
advantage?
you add because he's helping you. So you'd roll
Okay.
for advantage. So we're basically saying we're rolling for advantage instead of the 14. So
Okay.
go ahead and roll again, and we'll take whichever's higher. Okay.
All right.
And then add your guidance. All right.
19.
So with a 19, you're still not sure, but you're guessing at least part of it is some sort of preservation. And looking at the metallic bones, you don't see any rust, and they're shiny. Well, the shiny is dark gray, can be anyway, and they seem to be in very good condition. However, they are heavy. To give you an idea, the whole set, the whole skeleton would weigh about 40 pounds.
All right, and the next question is are they all attached?
No. They're laid out nicely in the shape of a skeleton, but they're not connected in any way.
Right. We are taking these back with us, but I will have to find a different way to carry them because even little bones.
We probably, if we're gonna do that, well, okay, we're gonna have to go in the Sen main room to talk, but
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna have to do that on our way out. Yes.
well, and even then, we got to make sure we've got a way out first because we're we're in a really bad situation right now.
Oh, when we are ready to leave, I have an idea.
So, Galen, are you still using your magic to keep a light active?
Okay, well, if that's an issue, I'll go ahead and fire up Produce Flame.
Okay, so go ahead and
Yeah, it's kind of dark.
yeah, actually, Galen, you can go ahead and turn on yours, so his night vision does get erased. So yeah, that's fine. All right. So what are you gonna do next?
Well, we can explore up, but we're pretty sure there's quippers in this room. I know that's what we're thinking, and I detected more powerful magic here. I can go ahead and swim to the top, or swim to the roof, take a breath, and ritual cast another detect magic if it helps.
Okay. Yeah, it's coming from the north.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a door up there, and I did get a description from Jeremy that the set of plants that were right in front of me did not have any movement. So I know that part of it was safe. Obviously, the back part might not be, but I'm willing to take the dive in if it's necessary.
Well, if you see any moving bones, back out.
Do I see that right now? Because I definitely, with my dark vision.
You do not see any moving bones.
I'm gonna go ahead and trek. I'm gonna stop here actually first. Do I see any movement
No,
up ahead?
you do not see any
I'm gonna
movement.
keep going. Can I push that open?
Okay. And
What do I see glowing in here, if anything?
nothing. It's on the other side of that door.
Okay. I just kind of gesture a nod of my head and pointing towards the door.
Okay.
What do I see?
So you see a large room. The center of the room seems to have an air pocket, but unlike the other air pocket, you see the space above it is substantial, and it's hard to make out, but it looks like there might be a walkway up there and maybe even doors. In addition, you see a door on either another stone door either direction, um, and you see again 4 pillars, and you see a lowered section. But fortunately, the seagrass in the center does not seem to be moving.
Ooh. I will go ahead and
What in
start stealthily moving forward.
what
Okay.
in this room is glowing? Can I see?
Go ahead and move forward, Regu, real quick, so you can
Oh, yeah.
right here, so you can get a better view. And the glowing is coming from this direction and this direction.
Wait, you're not. Your
Oh,
ping is
sorry.
not
Cannot
showing
see
up.
your pings.
It's coming from behind this door and behind this door.
All right. And here in the center, it's a pocket of air, a big pocket of
A
air.
big pocket of air, but you're looking up and you see that see the center rectangle. That's the that opens up above, but there seems to be a walkway around it, kind of like above the air, and
Okay.
you get the sense that there's probably a door on either side of the room above.
So I just point to Ragu, like up, as in let's get a breath first. So go
Yep.
up, and then as we go up there, I say it looks like it's safe so far. Do you want to just pick a door and check that out, or do you want to first tell everybody to come over here?
Well, we can get the others to this pocket, and then I can show you which doors I saw glowing come out of.
Okay.
Now, just to be sure, Ragu, the glowing you saw is from the doors that are underwater. These right here.
Yes,
Okay.
Right.
correct. I understand that. Okay.
So yeah. So if you're gonna go get them, go get them.
Okay, but yeah, they can wait here if they want, and then yeah, we keep splashing around. All right, I go down, move down, move down. As soon as I get to the door, I just kind of wave everybody, come with, that whole bring you with me, waving in a 747 type motion, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I point this way.
All right. Guess you don't like air.
That's the point. I do like air. That's why I'm getting you guys to come my way.
Yeah, but I mean, there was air in this room. You could have surfaced and let us know.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that. Sorry.
Okay. We'll assume he
I was
does
trying
that.
to be quick.
Just in case, I'm going to close the west door for now. And then I'll
Yeah.
close this door behind us as we go through. I'm waiting for everybody else to go through.
Okay.
Yeah, we do know that skeleton's magical. We'll have to come back and get it when we have a better way to do it.
All right. So everybody move through the door then, so I can close it. That would be you as well, Galen.
Yep. Yeah, if you guys come up here into this inner square where me and Oreo are, then there's air there.
Well, let me just move Galen because I'm not sure if he's still he's having issues because I don't hear him.
Oh no, sorry. I'm
Okay.
fine. Thank you though.
Are you napping, dude? No, I'm joking. I'm just joking.
No, yeah, you're good. I was actually grabbing some food.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I thought I would be back faster.
Yep. No problem. All right. So.
Yeah.
All right. So one thing I can do is if you want to surface everybody can stack up, and I can take you to the above area, area, so you can see, or you can just stay down here and wait for that for later.
I think it's safe to
Well,
assume that we want everybody to get some air. So I would say
yeah.
up.
Yeah, if everybody comes to the center square part where you see me and Oreo, then you come straight up and big breath of air, lots of space, whole open area.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look.
All right, Devok, are you going north as well?
Yes. Sorry.
I'll just move you then. All right. So here, I'm just going to stack everybody up, and then I'm just going to sit still for a second. I'm just going to stack everybody up, and then I'm going to take you to the other map so you can see. So this is what you guys see when you pop up your head. You can see a large door. This one has handles and is closed on either direction. And as you look around, you see spider webs and debris and a couple of bones, but otherwise the room is fairly empty except for where you are. And now I'll take you back. I'll leave your characters there because that's the only way they can go up from there. Anyway, go ahead.
So these doors are separate from the ones up there?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
This little ring going around like a catwalk. So we're on the underneath of the catwalk, and then on the second story is where we come up for air on our first dry level.
Okay. So did you make us aware of both where the magic is coming from?
I said we've got both doors, and they seem equally bright.
So
Yes.
you pick left or right.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pick over here.
Okay, fair
Alrighty.
enough. Let me go ahead and this one's harder to push, but you do manage to get it open. And inside you see an octagonal room, and oh, sorry. Give me one moment. Okay, yeah, you see an octagonal room. You see pillars engraved with runes and images. The images depict humans in a line. The humanoid at the head of the line is pressing their palm to the pillar. You also see a depiction of a humanoid holding a scale to their mouth. The scale could be from a large lizard, large snake, or large fish. At the center of the room, you see an area covered with seagrass, but due to your high passive perception, because you're all basically looking at it together, you see that there's a metal box that seems to be mostly hidden by the seagrass. But you can see that the metal box is all one shape without any obvious markings or handles or other ways to open it. So what do you do?
And that's what's glowing, is that metal box in the middle?
Yes.
Okay, I point to the box. Literally, I just look at Oreo and point to the box. Let's go.
Swimming.
Yeah, you swim up and you see this metal box attached to the ground, and there's no markings on it.
Can I
No
make a quick
locks,
perceptive
no-
check for traps or anything?
Yep, go ahead. It
There's
is
no
not trapped.
seams, no hinges.
No seams,
No
no
nothing?
hinges. It's definitely magical. The box itself is magical as well as the contents.
How big is the box?
It is probably maybe a foot each direction. It's basically a cube.
Okay. I kind of wave at Pico. Motion, come forward. And really quickly, I point at your head. I point at my head. I make fist bump action, like putting two together, and then point at the box.
So I guess what happens when I look at the box?
I'm going to be rolling my Artificer's lore because it's a box and it's glowing, so it's a magic item of some sort,
Yep.
just to figure out how to move it or anything. And I'm hoping to get advantage with Pico helping me because two heads are better than one.
Okay.
Once I see him studying the thing, I'll kind of help as well.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
Go for it. Okay, you are looking at the box, and you are absolutely convinced that there is no way, short of destroying it, of opening the box directly. There's some indirect method, some trigger to open up the box.
I'm gonna look at the pillars.
Okay, you look at the
Yeah.
pillars, and you see that there's engravings that depict humanoids standing in a line. The humanoid at the head of the line is pressing their palm to the pillar. You also see a depiction of a humanoid holding a scale to their mouth.
All right. The scale I'm not sure about, but I think I've got an idea. Is there a space or a symbol or an emblem or an area on this pillar that is marked where one should put their hand?
There is basically a rectangular area that looks a slightly different color than the rest.
All right.
Each pillar has one of those.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I point at Ragu, right? Sorry. Point at Pico, tap the first one. I grab Galen by the shoulder here, and kind of do a tug gesture. Come with me. And then I point at the rectangle right here on this pillar, and give you the eyes. Watch. And then I swim over to Oreo, and since he's already there, I just kind of tap on the square, look right there, put your hand there, and then just do the eyes, watch. And then I swim over here to Devok, and I kind of grab him by the shoulder as I'm swimming by and do the little tuggy motion and get him over here to this pillar.
Don't know what pillar you're referencing because it's pitch black.
Yep, good, close enough. Stay right there. And I kind of grab your hand and I hold it against the pillar at a specific spot because you can't see the square. But just
Okay.
right there.
And
And
at this
then-
point in time, then, everybody's pushing their palm on the pillars.
Mhm.
All right. In that case, the box unfolds, and inside you see two large metallic fish scales.
I swim over and I grab both the scales.
And
anything
they're
happens?
glowing. Nothing
Yep.
happens as you grab them.
Since they're glowing, it should give Devok just enough light to let him realize that, yep, we're leaving. Let's go get a breath of air.
Okay.
Oh, he's by the door. I can just grab him and pull him along.
Yep. Oreo, you coming out? I can't see his.
He
Okay,
left
wait a
the
sec.
room. Leastways, I saw an icon zip out of there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see
She
her.
hiding under
Oh,
Devok?
there she is. Yeah,
Okay.
she's hiding under
As
the
we
box.
surface for air, I hand the scales to Oreo because I'm shirtless. I don't have anything to carry. I hand the scales to Oreo and I say I can identify them for you later, but maybe not until we're on dry land.
I nod.
Shall we?
Let's keep going. I just
And Ragu,
nod.
because of your intellect and your artificer, I will remind you again that on the pillars you saw a depiction of them holding the pillars up to their mouths. I mean the
Yes, holding the
scale
scales up to their mouth. It's like we're supposed to eat them, but I don't know when or why or what properties they have.
Fair enough.
So
Can I see
I
one
can-
of those?
An idea. Why don't I try?
yeah, maybe
breathing
they're
through the
breathe
scales?
air or breathe water or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. But
Yeah.
until we know that, yeah.
I'll
I can-
figure it
do one
out
of
right
them?
now.
So what are you doing, Galen?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go into the water and I'm gonna try and suck through the scale
Okay.
underwater.
Once you hold it to your mouth, suddenly you can breathe water. You don't have to hold the scale there. It's just you basically take an action with it against your mouth. And doing so, you actually realize what they do now. It just pops into your head. So what happens is that if you spend an action to hold it over your mouth, you gain water breathing for 1 hour. It's a magical item with 3 charges, and it recharges on a long rest, and you just use one of the charges.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
Well, I can surface and tell everybody that. And I guess I don't need it because I have water breathing for an hour now. So I'm chilling.
I'm assuming then Pico has the other one because both of you guys wanted to see it.
Nope, nobody gave me one.
I said here, so yeah, you have one.
Oh, I didn't
All
hear
right.
that. I thought Ragu had them both.
He
Anyway,
No,
passed them to
Ragu handed
me,
them to Oreo.
and then you guys said you guys wanted to check them out. So I was like, yeah, go ahead, here. So
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I guess that part cut out. Anyway, well, Galen figured it out.
I put it in the
Okay.
chat. So you,
Oh,
whoever wants to write it down, you can do so.
all right. Oreo, you're still going to write these down unless you don't want them.
no, it's not that. It's just that people were asking to see them, so I gave them out. So I
Okay.
technically don't have them.
All right. I go ahead and I hand my hand out. Galen, can I take that one?
Yeah, sure. I said I
No,
gave
you
it away.
technically still have the second one.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go ahead and use the second one, and then hand it to Pico. And then I grab Galen's here. And Galen, you done with that?
Yeah, I used it, so I don't really have a
Okay.
use
I
for
don't
holding
need
on
it
to it.
now.
Okay, I hand it to Devok. What do you mean you don't need it now?
I was just going to check it out, but
Oh.
Galen already figured it out.
Because
You're
I'm
not going to
smart.
actually water breathe right now?
No.
Okay,
I
I've got an idea then.
That's probably smart.
I'll go ahead and take that one back from you, and I'll hand it to Oreo, saying this one has full 3 charges, and the charges should come back in a long rest. This one only has 1 charge left because Galen and I have both used it. If you want to go ahead and use the 3rd charge on this one, then we can just swim down and explore the other room and then continue going.
Yep.
And that way we still have 1 left, and you carry them both for whatever. Just make sure you know which is which.
Sure. So you're handing both of them back, but I'm just noting what charges are on which.
Yeah, I hand you one and say this one is fully charged, and this one only has 1 charge left for now, but it'll come back on a long rest. If you want to use it now, we can go explore that other room, or I can just take Galen to go explore the other room if you want to save the other 4 charges we have between us.
I get what you explained. What I'm saying
Oh,
is, are you
sorry.
just handing them to me so that I note those pieces down? Because I'm fine with
Yes.
taking the last charge. It's just I want to be sure who has them.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, I specifically hand you one and say this one has a full charge, and then I hand you the other one so you can know which one's which.
Okay, so I'll take the last charge, and then we can finish up the room, and I'll put down that the other one has all 3 charges.
Uh-huh.
How much do these weigh, Jeremy? Just out of curiosity.
They're a pound each.
Okay.
Okay. I'm assuming, Ragu, you're opening the door, or are you going to wait?
Yes. No, I was going to wait for everybody to get ready, but yeah, I'm going to be opening the door.
Okay. You open the door, and you see a very similar room. The glow is coming from the center. However, you do see motion in the seagrass.
I was going to say, with water breathing, now that we can breathe water, can we communicate with each other? Is that part of the spell?
I don't know, actually. It would be whatever the spell is, so just look it up. It doesn't say whether it allows you to talk. It just says it's breathing, and even animals that can breathe underwater can't talk the way we do normally. They usually have other ways of communicating, like the songs and whatnot. So I'm going to say probably not.
Okay. I'm going to look at these pillars real quick. Check this pillar out.
Yep. Let me go ahead and take a look at that. Yeah, so you look at the pillars, and it's the exact same.
Okay.
The depictions are exactly the same.
All right. I go ahead and motion to Oreo. I point at this little box, and then I point at the other 3 pillars, and I make a swirling motion like all over again, and then I point at the box in the center.
Okay.
So I swim out, And I say, Galen, Devok, Pico, you want to come help us push buttons again?
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Try
All
not
right.
to use.
So as everybody's swimming, I'm going to have everybody make a stealth check.
I'm notoriously good at stealth.
There might be things in the bushes. Yes, I better get in the middle there.
Alrighty, so that is one success, and that's not enough. So everybody roll initiative.
What the heck is with my initiatives?
All right, has everybody rolled? Alrighty, so let me mark those. And we're now at round 1. And Galen, you can clearly see the Quipper swarms about to leave and swim at your directions. That's what you're going to do.
This is interesting.
That's a lot of.
What did you say, Devok?
That's a lot of Quippers.
Yeah, they're very dense. I didn't think there would be that many in that one tiny bush. I mean, Quipper swarms aren't even that dangerous, to be completely honest. I'll just go ahead and yeah.
I don't know about that. Not very dangerous.
Well,
One of them did 18 points of damage to me.
yeah, I forgot about that. Guys, should I just put them to sleep and we'll just keep moving? They have less hit points than the horrible ghoul creatures, so it's at least feasible.
A Quipper, maybe, but a swarm of Quippers is a different story.
Hmm,
Yeah, we don't know how many are in a swarm.
that's true. Alright, screw it. I'll just shoot fire at this one. I'm not getting close
Well,
to him.
theoretically, you'd be able to put at least one to sleep, even if it had like 30 hit points.
Actually, yeah. What's your spell do?
It depends on what level I cast it at, obviously, but it says the base is roll 5d8. And
I
that much
think I'd
effective.
upcast that to max, whatever you can do.
And every level, it's a first level spell. Every level above first is an additional 2d8. But I don't really want to burn 2 third level slots in one.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you successfully pull that off, then they'll I mean,
You know what? That's
it may
actually
not be.
true. I have some sorcerer abilities that can put it in our favor as well. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to cast sleep at 3rd level.
Okay.
I think fish sleep, so that should be fine.
Yep.
Yeah, they sleep with the fishes.
Yes, that.
What's the range area of the spell?
So the way it works is I select a point at range. I'm not sure what the range is, but I'm assuming it's more than like 5 feet because it says select a point and everything within 20 feet of that
Okay.
point is
So
affected.
you can arrange that so none of you are
So
affected.
I'll
Okay.
select
Yep.
it like right there. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, go for it.
I don't really have a button for it, so let me just.
Yeah, you're just going to have to type in your however many d6.
Well, in the upper
Or
left, you
D8.
got that little column. If you point at the one that shows a D20, you can select the dice you want and then the number of
Oh
them.
no, I
Or you
can
can hit.
I can click on it. Hold on. I'm just being silly. Hold on. Cast it at 3rd level. Oh, no. I'm not.
Yeah. So it looks like 5d8 plus you're casting at higher
Plus 4, so it's
levels.
9. It's 9d8.
Okay. Yeah. So just either do what Pico said, or you just do /R space 98. Either way.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, and Jeremy will do all the math for you. So
And
Okay.
actually, don't do the math yet. Don't do the math yet, because what
Okay.
I'm going to do actually is I'm already going to be using one of my sorcerer abilities. So I'm going to spend a sorcerer point. It's called Empowered Spell. When you roll damage for a spell, so this is essentially damage, you can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll a number of. I'll just put it in chat. can use one sorcery point to reroll a number of damage dice up to your charisma modifier.
Okay. So what's your
So
charisma modifier?
my charisma modifier is 4, but I
Okay.
think
So
I'm
you
only
can
going
pick.
to use.
So
Well,
you can pick the
I'll,
1, the
I'll,
1,
I'll
and the 2,
I'm going to take
and
the
then
1, the
have
1, the
one
2, and the
more.
3. I'm going to take the 3 just because I'm rolling d8s and a 3 is slightly below average. So I'm going to roll 4 more d8s and then just take out the 1, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, so
Okay.
one of the ones stays the same. So
Yep.
we'll do 5, 4, so that's 9, plus 2 is 11 more. So we already took out 28, so that's 7, 18. All right, so you're also not, some of the Quippers went to sleep. So here's what happened. The swarm with the funny marking on there is asleep. The swarm to the north, I just went ahead and did damage. They're technically still alive, but the 18 that are gone, the 18 hit points are gone, represent those Quippers being put to sleep. And then the
Okay.
spell didn't have enough energy to affect the other two swarms.
Okay. I will say that sleep as a spell says that if it can't do the total hit points of something, it won't affect it. Although I'm not sure how that
Oh,
works
that's
because it's in a
because,
swarm.
yeah, I was going to say that's because it is normally a single creature, but the swarm of Quippers are literally a swarm of 1 hit point creatures.
Yeah, I'll
So
have to
every hit
double.
point hits one thing.
I'll have to
Makes
Just
double
sense.
however you
check
want to play it,
after the
really.
game to make sure I'm doing it right. But for this session, we'll just say it affects the individuals, so we'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay,
But
cool. Thank
yeah,
you.
I was agreeing with Jeremy. It makes perfect sense since they're 1 hit point creatures.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like
Yeah,
doing
Raw
anything.
may say differently, but we'll deal with that later. So is that the end of your turn, Galen?
Yeah, I think that's all I really got for now.
Okay. All right, Pico. So one of the swarms is asleep, magically asleep, which means that they'll sleep unless they're attacked. And the swarm to the north is over half of that swarm is asleep, and then the other two swarms are at full power. So what are you going to do?
Let's see. Damn it. Not sure there is anything good I can do here. Well, I'll try this anyway. Actually, hold on. Okay, that was where I was originally.
Yep.
1, 2. No good way to get up to that, I guess. Actually, hold on, 1. No, I guess the underwater thing's a bit too much of an issue. So I guess I'll go ahead and move here to get in range of 22.
Okay.
Wait a minute, why am I even bothering?
You can attack them.
That's the thing I was wondering why I'm even bothering. Well, I'll go ahead and try it anyway.
Okay. So their AC, from what you can tell before, is 13, so that misses. Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Ooh, maybe I don't. Damn it. Hold on. 3, 1, 2, 3. I'd rather do that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, one of the swarms then is going to continue moving, and it's probably going to go after the easiest target to reach, which will be Ragu. So they all attempt to bite you in a frenzy, and a 21, is that a hit? Ragu.
That is a hit. Even wait a second. Okay, yeah, that
Okay.
is definitely a
So
hit.
they bite into a whole bunch of quippers, or start tearing her flesh, doing 11 points of damage.
All right. Can you go ahead and do that? I'm away from keyboard.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Devok, you can see a quipper swarm tearing into Ragu. So what are you gonna do?
Stand here. I'll do another bone storm. Should be fine.
Okay, I think if you moved away like that, then he will get an attack of opportunity.
Never
So let
mind.
me.
I'll just
Okay, you're gonna stay there? Sure.
yeah. It
And
should still hit them all.
All right. And 2, 3. Okay.
Wait, you don't want to wake up all. Okay.
That's
Oh,
true.
wait, are there
If you hit these
eight?
and you don't kill them, they
No.
will wake up.
Never mind. I didn't realize they were asleep. Okay. Then I'll just hit the one.
All right.
Do I get disadvantage if I shoot a spell at it because I'm next to it?
You get disadvantage if you're attacking using a ranged ability in melee.
And I'll go ahead and use this instead. But I
Okay.
miss.
Unfortunately, that does not hit. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right. The third swarm, approximately, is going to swim over and attempt to bite into you. And because they have less than half hit points, they actually do less damage. Does a 17 without your armor?
Without my armor, definitely.
Okay. In that case, they bite into you, and even with the lower damage, manage to take out 11 hit points. Okay, and that swarm is asleep. All right, Oreo. So one of the swarms is attacking Devok. Actually, they're both attacking Devok at the moment. So what are you going to do?
Is there a way for me to either be on this side or this side to get flanking? Because it's against the pillar, so there's
If
kind of hard to
if you're right here, then that would be flanking.
There?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's
So
a bit
I'm
of a
gonna-
hex available. It's just yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll go ahead and attack it from there.
Okay, go for it. That's a hit. All right. And you take out the first swarm.
And then I'm going to. That was one hex, so two.
This swarm is still unconscious, but obviously you got the other swarms.
Yeah. Let me see. 22's awake or no?
Yes, 22 down here is awake. The only one that's out is 21.
Okay, I'm gonna just stay there then. That'll be my move. Bonus action to shoot. No, I can't do anything with it. It's fine. I'm stay there.
Fair enough. All right, Swarm 22 is just going to swim over and attack you, Oreo. And they are at full health, so they get the full attack. So a 17 hits, right?
I'm using a my reaction to do where is it? This, because I've got two weapons on me that can block it, and when I add that to my AC,
Then
misses.
it misses. Okay. Fair enough. All right, Ragu, you can see the swarms are coming in. What are you going to do? Ragu, you're up. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. See, I can't get over here to flank, can I?
Yeah, I mean,
inside a pillar.
that pillar's in the way, so, yeah, you would have to, because you're over here, So you'd have to you'd have to be able to go all the way around, but then he would get his attack of opportunity.
Okay. In that case, without flanking, I will go ahead and attack normal. Yeah.
Okay.
And hit.
Okay. That they swim around your attack, but you miss.
All right, and I will just do a follow-up attack.
What's his follow up? Oh, it's a dagger. Okay.
Just
And that hits. Okay. So yeah, you do 6 points of damage. Is that the end of your turn?
that will be yes.
All right. So it's the beginning of round 2. Galen, you you guys are technically supposed to be on other hexes. So Galen, I'm just going to go ahead and move you up there just to make things easier, if you don't mind. Or do you want to
Yeah,
be there?
no,
You can
no,
step
that's
in to
fine.
attack if you want.
Yeah,
So, yep, you see the 2 swarms that are awake. The one nearest Ragu's been damaged. What are you going to do?
I'll just step in here and shocking grasp.
Okay.
Right.
That hits.
Cool.
All right.
I'll
So
just
6
back up
points, and then you can move again. Yep.
Yep, I'll just back up to here.
Cool.
That'll be fine.
All right, Pico. One swarm is gone. The other 2 swarms are engaged, and the third swarm is sleeping. What are you going to do?
Hmm. Well, I guess I will move here to this closest swarm, and I'm going to go ahead and use. Wait a minute. No. Hmm. Actually, oh, that stupid pillar is right there, isn't it? Whatever. I'll just go ahead and attack from here with a dagger.
Okay. So it's just a normal roll then.
Oh, thank you.
You obviously that hits. So a solid 9 points of damage.
Hold on, there's more. Okay, and the 7 from the booming blade.
And you take it out. You've taken out 1 swarm.
Nice.
All right, well, I'm still not feeling super optimistic just yet. Wait a minute. Fuck.
So yeah, go ahead and finish with your movement so you're in your own hex.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide what.
Okay.
I guess I'll just stick with this.
Okay. All right, Devak, you saw Pico take out one of the swarms, and there's 1 swarm left that's still awake and moving. What are you going to do?
We'll shoot it.
Okay.
Do I have advantage?
You do not have advantage, no.
Okay. Why did I have advantage last time again?
You're only going to have advantage if they're flanked, but none of these guys are flanked.
Oh, they're flanked. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure why I had advantage last time.
Oh, yeah, because it was flanked. All right, yeah, the 15 hit, the 8 missed.
Fine. Good hit.
Nice solid 9. Still alive, but it's a good chunk. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, Quipper 21 still sleeping. Oreo, the Quipper to your south is hurt, and the other swarm is dead. What are you going to do? That hits. So 9. Yep. Is that the end of your turn?
Bonus action. Well, I guess flip the order. That would have been my bonus. So this is the rapier.
Okay. That would hit, but I hate to do this to you, but you have a disadvantage.
Right. Okay.
We'll take the damage if it hits. Okay, so you still hit, even with disadvantage, and you took out the swarm. All right, to make things easier, I'm assuming that you guys are you guys going to leave the swarm alone, or are you going to try to attack it?
I mean, if we can get it out and all in one fell swoop, then might as well do it.
Okay, we'll continue then.
Yeah, is actually the perfect time because we're already set up in the right order for that.
Fair enough. So, Ragu, the only swarm left is the sleeping swarm, but because they're unconscious, you have advantage to hit.
Okay. I'm going to get right up over here.
And if I remember correctly, if you hit and you're in melee and they're unconscious, it's an auto crit.
Oh, yes.
So
Definitely.
let's see if you hit.
Can I don't know, how do I burn extra to move over for flanking?
You're gonna get everything
Theoretically,
right now.
I can
You
move
don't.
through a swarm.
You already get your advantage. So,
Yeah.
So
okay,
it's
never
not going
mind.
to add
I got to
anymore.
click over. All right, I click over to advantage, and I'm going to big blast him.
Okay.
26 hits.
So yeah, go ahead and roll your
and-
normal damage, and then whatever your die is. So it's 6. So what does your die usually roll? Not the bonus, just the die.
The die is a D4 because it's a dagger.
Okay, so roll another D4 then,
Alrighty.
because it auto crits. Okay, so that's 9. He's
Plus 1d8 for the booming of the blade.
okay.
And yeah, I'm not going to use a superiority dice.
Okay.
So that'll be, yeah.
So
That'll
we're
be that
beginning
booming blade.
around 3. The creature is no longer unconscious. And Galen, what are you going to do?
I mean, we still have some decent damage after me. I'll just swim over 1, 2, 3, get the flank on it,
Okay.
and just I'll just throw a shocking grasp.
Okay, go for it. That does hit. You should roll again, though, because you have advantage, just in case.
Okay.
Oh, not that it matters. But that 15, you just finished it. That 15, yeah, you nuked it. It's gone.
Sweet.
Awesome.
All right, so that is the end of the combat. So what do you guys do?
Get to the 4 buttons.
All
I
right.
will hack through the bushes if I need to get to whatever the box is.
Yeah, we'll assume you guys do that so that you know what you're doing. The box unfolds, and inside you see green crystalline gauntlets with 2 large fins protruding in opposite directions.
I grab those.
What does the image on the pillar show?
It's the same as the other pillars.
Does it show
It
the
shows somebody
touching
holding a
the
shell against their
fin?
mouth?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. Sorry. It's exactly the same, except instead of the shell, you see somebody with wearing a gauntlet with the fin sticking out. My bad.
I just kind of motion over and up. If we get back up there, we can talk.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, I surface and say I can go ahead and do a ritual identify for these gauntlets if we want to just take a few minutes.
Sure.
I'll go up here to the upper side of the catwalk,
Okay.
crawl up there, sit down, ritual cast, identify on the green finny gauntlets.
So you're not sure if it's because this magic matches your world closer or is more ancient, but unlike pretty much every other case you've tried to use it in Lumev, your identify magic actually comes out pretty clear. And they are fin gauntlets, which have to be attuned. The wearer gains a natural swim speed of 30 feet and gains advantage on swim checks to perform some special action or to avoid a hazard. So there you go. It's in the
Okay.
chat.
Cool. Did you want to be carrying these, Oreo? Is your little treasure? Is anybody who's really wanting them? Whatever. I just identified them.
I don't really need them.
I don't need them either, but if it's just for a matter of having pockets, sure, I can hold them. How much do they weigh?
That would actually weigh what normal gauntlets wear, which I should have looked up. Sorry, let me check. 2 pounds.
Yeah, I can carry them.
Okay, and they help you move around in water, but they don't necessarily help you breathe water.
That's
But
right.
I'm under the assumption that they don't require attunement for now.
They do
They
require
do.
attunement, but that's just to get the
So
magic effect. You can
that's
wear
so
them
then
without it, but yeah.
yeah. So in that case, then there it doesn't really matter. I'm just holding them for the sake of taking it with us. I'm not actually gonna attune to it.
Okay. All right. So are you going upward now? I can go ahead and
See,
move you there.
there's no other downward doors except for the other dangerous room.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking, Pico, you might not want to be getting into another big knockdown drag out fight this late, eh?
Not especially.
Okay.
All right. So
We shall explore up here.
do you guys want to continue exploring for a little bit, or do you want to end now?
I can continue exploring. I do not mind. How is everybody else feeling?
I'm fine with either as long as we don't get into another fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So yep, you surface in the room, and you see two stone doors leading away from the room. You can see the room below through the water. Stone, debris, and bones decorate the room. So what do you do?
Let's do a cursory examination of this room to see for any traps, hidden doors, special things. Should I ritual cast a detect magic up here?
Now I'm gonna walk around the perimeter of the room and see if I see anything out of sorts.
You're looking
Okay.
around, and yeah, you don't spot anything other than the bones and debris and spider webs. One thing that might pop out to you is that there's wood, but it's not normal wood. It seems to be petrified. So the wood debris seems to be petrified.
Hmm. Okay, and there's a door here,
Yep.
and then these two are doors,
No.
or is these
That's just
three
the
things something
hexes
else?
drawing lines right through the wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought those three spots might have been something special.
Nope.
Okay.
There actually are three special sections of wall that connect the other sections of wall together.
Okay, haha. Yeah, I'll go ahead and ritual cast detect a magic because I'm sure it's worn off by now, and then
Okay.
I'll be able to see glowing either door, anything.
Yeah, let me Okay. So you do get a sense, detect magic, this way behind this door, but down, like way down. I mean, like below the ground, kind of down.
I'll go ahead and call that out. There seems to be power coming from there, but but it seems very, very deep.
Well, we can open
Do
the
we want
door and
to?
have a peek,
Okay.
and we don't have to jump down yet.
Okay, so first thing I'll tell you is that this hallway is a lot longer than depicted, simply to save space. So you can imagine um, it's probably about 25 hexes long. So it's actually really long, and you can probably guess why that's the case. Um, anyway, besides that, you see four long dead torches along the walls. You see a stone shaft that goes straight down, um, down below, and you see that there are two wheels of some sort that are wrapped in chain with two chains going down into the pit. You can make out below some sort of um, wooden elevator of some sort, although it appears to be petrified as well. And you see bones, of course, around the room. You see rocks, and then you also can make out a lever, but it appears to be broken.
Hmm. And how deep does the shaft seem to be?
It is. It looks like about 100 feet, if not farther.
Alrighty.
And you can vaguely make out some blue light from below.
And these mechanisms, they look like anything we could operate manually.
It looks like they're attached into the walls, and it looks like you would have to figure out how to detach them to do that.
You said the
Just
lever
out of
was broken. Are you talking about just the handle?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say what's up with the lever because I might be able to fix or repair that.
Yeah, it looks like you got the lower part of the handle, and then it's broken, and the upper part is missing.
Okay. The little nub of the handle that's sticking out, is that enough to actually grab, or
You could
is
grab
it not
it, but
enough
you
to
don't
grab?
have very good leverage, so there's a good chance it's not enough, but you can try.
Okay. Um, See, a rapier is a true rapier, right? In your game, it's really long and pointy.
Yeah.
Okay. And how wide around is the lever?
Probably about 6 inches.
That's pretty good. Okay, yeah, that should work nicely. Misorio, may I please see your weapon?
No.
There are bones on
I'm
the
not
ground,
going to
right?
use
Yes,
it.
there are bones in the ground.
I'm not going
Okay.
to use it as a lever. I'm
I'm going
going
to
to
pick up
bore a
at the
hole through the center and you put a bone in there.
That's arguably even worse. But I'm going to go ahead and hold a bone next to the handle. I'm going to cast prestidigitation. At least I think I can do this. Basically, I want to go ahead and create a collar that essentially attaches the bone to the handle just long enough to be able to pull it. I don't care, the thing's going to disappear in a few seconds.
Okay, can prestidigitation actually create something like that?
I believe it can.
Prestidigitation, yes, it can create a small object, but it only lasts until the end of your next turn. And yeah, I didn't think about that. That was a good idea.
Okay, well, fair enough then. So yeah, you make a collar, and then I assume you're going to try to use the lever right afterward.
Yeah.
So go ahead and give me a strength check.
I'll help you if you need assistance.
If you help, then go ahead and just add your strengths together.
All right.
Which, by the way, wouldn't have worked when it was just a nub. So that's another thing that having a proper handle gives you.
Oops. Well, 11.
So 11, and Ragu, go and roll yours. Okay, so between the two of you, it's rather stubborn, but you are able to pull it, and it seems to loosen up once it gets going. And you can see that these things start turning, and you can see this white petrified wood elevator rise to the top.
Before we venture down, do we want to check out the other room real quick?
That would be a good idea. And yeah, I didn't think of the collar. I was going to bore a hole through the middle and then be able to slide a bone in there as a more permanent collar.
Yeah, I could see where Oreo didn't want to have her rapier mangled that way.
Okay, you see
I wouldn't have been mangled.
you see a room that is covered with bone and debris. 4 pillars depict humanoids holding bones and performing some sort of ritual. And Galen, if you want, you can roll your d8.
Sure. Yeah. Me.
Even though you're
no.
apparently still treading water.
I mean,
Yeah, you didn't even come up onto the dry catwalk.
it's
You and
not.
Devok.
I'm down. I'm downstairs. I don't know what to say.
Scroll down to the next level.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know that was there. I was looking at my character up top, and I was so confused. I was like, how is everybody up there? Maybe I didn't get moved.
Where?
That's what I'm saying.
So,
Jeremy, you might have to help move him down.
Got it.
okay. I thought I scrolled it. I tried it multiple times, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
No, you
Yeah,
like
it
moved
didn't move for
because
me
you-
either. I just had to remember what direction the last map was because he showed us once already.
All right, my bad. All right.
doing.
Anyway, so yeah, you've that's what you see in the room.
What are these things again?
They're basically handles where you would put like oil and light it on fire. So they're yeah, that kind of thing.
What was it that you explained was in the center again?
In the center is an unlit brazier, but on the pillars it depicts some sort of ritual involving the bones.
Hold on. I'm actually gonna light a torch.
Wait a
And
second.
I'm gonna
Jeremy, since this is a religious thing as well as a flashback thing,
Okay.
would he get advantage because he's a very religious-y person?
No, because that's not the way the thing works. But the other
Okay.
thing he could do is potentially try to make a religion check.
that's what I was
Okay, yeah.
that's what I was gonna do. I have specifically a specialization in ceremony. Do you think I could kind of see what the pillars are depicting and try to understand it or even act it out?
Maybe. Go ahead and make a religion check with advantage.
Okay. Can I do the ceremony check or is
Oh,
it
okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. Forget the advantage. Just do the ceremony check. That's what we should be
Okay.
doing.
Got it. Unless somebody else has religion and wants to help me for advantage.
I do not have it, or I would.
I can help you, I think. Let me
Yep.
double check though.
Yep.
Especially since there's a lot of bones, I feel like you'd be especially here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
true.
pretty sure Devok has religion. Go ahead
I
with
do.
advantage.
Bang.
All right. So as you're looking at it, it seems to be a ritual to clean the bones and to prepare them for the afterlife.
Interesting. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna write that down, actually.
And from what you connect that together with the pit and that you saw on the other pillars, and you get the impression that the clean bones are then taken below to live for eternity in the afterlife.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you detect anything else in this room, Ragu?
There's nothing magical in the room.
Yeah, is anything glowing?
No.
Okay.
Let's do a quick walk around the room, just make sure I'm not missing anything weird.
Okay. Yep. You take a walk, and yeah, plenty of very clean, polished bones, but and some petrified wood debris. But otherwise, you don't find anything else.
And inspecting the brazier a little closer or whatever, anything there? Or brazier, whatever.
Yeah, you inspect it, and yeah, it hasn't been used in a very long time, and there's no ashes or anything in it.
All right, well, at this point, I think we have two choices. One, we can go down the elevator, or two, given that this is the end of a fairly long day, we can rest and then go down the elevator. I personally vote for option two.
I do too.
Sounds good to me.
Sure.
Okay, so you guys are going to take a short rest?
Yeah.
Plan.
Do you think there is a possibility of lighting the fire pit here in the middle without smoking out our air or starting some religious ceremony and we can have a fire for camping?
Well, there's a bunch of dried up torches up against the walls. Why don't we just use those?
Well, yeah, but I was thinking of the fire pit as a place to make the fire.
I don't think a fire is all that important. I mean, keep in mind that with prestidigitation, we can warm up material for an hour. So, I mean, we have the ability to dry our clothes off and get all nice and warm anyway. Well, except for
Okay.
me, I'm always cold.
Okay, yeah. In that case, we'll just use prestidigitation, and we've got the torches for light if we need.
Okay. So yeah, you guys take a short rest. Go ahead and finish that off, and I think that will be the end of the session. So let me go ahead and get everybody's experience totals ready.
So maybe yeah, I guess we'll stay in this room or whatever for now.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll call that an even 100. So
Let's see. A short rest allows us to use a hit die to.
yep.
Okay, so I guess I'll use.
So Oreo, I think you missed.
I did not.
Oh,
I
you did
didn't
not.
miss anything. Nope.
And Pico, you missed, right?
Oh yeah, I missed at least one attack. I failed a stealth roll. There's probably other stuff, but that was enough to
Okay.
get the 2. I wasn't really keeping great track, but Devok definitely missed 2 because he failed a stealth roll. He also missed an attack. Galen missed a stealth roll against the Quippers. I don't know if you had anything else.
Okay. And then obviously, and what about Ragu?
I don't remember if I failed my stealth roll or not, and I didn't.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
were
I did.
Yeah, I could say that
Sorry.
again.
I don't know if I failed my stealth roll, but I think I did fail one attack.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So then, in that case, everybody gains 500 experience points, 400 from encounters, some of which you managed to stealthily get past, some of which you didn't, and 100 experience points from exploration. And then, of course, Pico gets 100 from learning by failure. Ragu gets 50. Devok gets 100, and Galen gets 50.
Cool.
Do I need to update my total due to I think I missed the last session?
We got 500 experience points last session as well, so yeah, make sure to add that.
Okay.
Okay.